CEO of the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance, and we are really excited to have you all here today. I think this might be the largest turnout we've had in the last few years, so I'm really excited to see you all here. A couple of things to mention first. We are live streaming on YouTube. We want you to know that. I have no idea what the URL is. You're going to have to search that out. I know that we have a YouTube channel. And I want to give you a little information about the Wi-Fi. You should have some slips of paper on your tables, but otherwise, if you need to connect to Wi-Fi, the username is capital LR underscore capital PARKS. LR underscore Parks. Password is capital LR, lowercase Parks 01. Again, capital LR, lowercase Parks 01. So if you haven't noticed, this year's theme is sustainability, and we've made extra efforts to take sustainable steps to reduce our impact today. You'll notice with all of your End College Hunger goodies, you have reusable, biodegradable End College Hunger cups. Those are made of wheat straw. Please hang on to those, write your name on it, and keep track of it. So instead of single-use plastic water bottles, we've provided water refilling stations and these cups. There are water dispensers at the back of the room and the sides of the room and others located throughout the facility. If you need help finding water, just ask one of us. We're all wearing these name tags, and we will help you find it or anything else that you might need. These corn pins, the pins that you have in front of you, are also biodegradable. And the End College Hunger stickers are printed on biodegradable recycled craft paper. And the t-shirts, which I don't know that you guys have yet, but you can see them. Okay, so the t-shirts are made out of recycled plastic bottles. And so we encourage you to take a look at your own impact and how can you live more sustainably. Today alone, we've reduced our plastic consumption compared to last year. Please note we have some amazing giveaways for students again this year. You will need to complete a survey about the summit for your chance to win. Don't worry, we will remind you throughout the conference. We are glad you are here to join us and be proactive today in seeking sustainable solutions to end college hunger. Joining me now is John Bethel. He's a Director of Public Affairs at Entergy, and he is our presenting sponsor. Who is our presenting sponsor? John is on the Alliance board, and I am grateful to him for his service. He is no stranger to the issue of college hunger. We are especially grateful for Entergy's support. John, please join us to introduce our opening speaker.
Well, real quick, our building facility manager here has something that he needs to say before we get started.
Good morning. Just what and this will move out to the park.
All right, now, John, thank you.
Good morning. I'm, as Sylvia said, I'm John Bethel with Entergy Arkansas, and I want to welcome you to the 2024 Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance College Hunger Summit. And on behalf of Entergy Arkansas, I'm pleased to welcome you all here to the event. We at Entergy are proud supporters of the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance and its mission to combat hunger and food insecurity in Arkansas and develop policies that support its objectives. As a part of the support for the Alliance, we are excited to sponsor the College Hunger Summit. Entergy Arkansas is the largest electric utility in Arkansas. We serve all or part of 63 counties across the state. And we serve about 750,000 customers in those 63 counties. And we have powered Arkansas for the last 110 years. And we're excited and look forward to serving Arkansas for the next 110 years. I'm not going to be here for all of them, but good things are yet to come. We serve customers with 5,200 megawatts of power. We have generating plants located at 14 locations across the state, and the electricity delivered to our customers uses close to 50,000 miles of distribution and transmission lines that would circle the earth almost twice if extended end to end. And we generate electricity using nuclear, natural gas, hydroelectric, coal, and solar energy, and battery storage. So we have a little bit of everything. Sustainability is important to us, so your theme today fits very well with what we're doing. We're recognized as having one of the most clean generating portfolios in the country, as well as recognized for our efforts in economic development and corporate social responsibility and philanthropy. And so our slogan is "We Power Life," and the primary "We Power Life" is through selling electricity to our customers and working with Arkansas to grow and have healthy communities. Our 3,500 employees work hard to do that every day and to provide reliable, safe, sustainable, and affordable electric service to our customers. And another way that we power Arkansas is by strengthening the communities where we serve. And as a part of that, we work with the Hunger Relief Alliance to combat the issues of hunger and food insecurity. And we recognize that helping make people able to have food and work, that it makes our communities stronger and better. Another area of emphasis is education, and so helping today to pair combating food insecurity and education, because as a student, you're going to do better if you're not having to worry about where's my next meal coming from? Am I going to be able to eat? Am I going to have to pay for groceries or pay for tuition? And so those are critical and important issues in your success. Those are critical and important issues in the success of our communities and our economic and social health across the state. And those are issues that are very important to us. And our efforts don't only include making financial contributions to support organizations such as the Hunger Relief Alliance and the member food banks and the member food pantries, but also to provide volunteers that support those organizations as well. And it's having participated as a volunteer several times at the Arkansas Food Bank, and it is a rewarding and fun experience as an employee to know that we're doing things that make a difference in our community. So I hope today each one of you will take the opportunity to engage and learn about what is happening in Arkansas on our college campuses and what is possible and what can be done. And I was most impressed earlier. I made a lap around the presentations, and if you hadn't done that, do that. And for those of you that put them together, excellent work. And it's exciting to see the creativity and the initiative that goes into supporting those college food pantries and the way to build support for your fellow students and to build support for the pantry itself. So congratulations on your good work. Keep that up. And next I have the privilege of introducing our speaker, Ms. Leilani Ocasio, and she's a project manager with Palmer Consulting, a fundraising firm specializing in grants, fundraising, leadership development, board development, and organizational management. She's a community-oriented fundraising professional. She's passionate about supporting nonprofit organizations, nonprofit professionals in equitable work, whether assessing the effectiveness of boards of directors, building a strong case for the support of our continuing fundraising plans for emerging organizations. Leilani uses fundraising to tell stories about people. Leilani is current national board member for the Grant Professionals Association and is an experienced trainer on the local level and the national level. She holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from Lyon College. So she is a local Arkansas individual. So please join me in providing a warm Arkansas welcome for Leilani Ocasio.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to be here with you all today. So when I learned that the theme for this summit was sustainability, it had me thinking about financial sustainability. And in order to begin soliciting funds, you need to have a really good handle on your story. And today I wanted to explore grant writing as a form of storytelling. And I want to describe how we can turn a grant proposal into a powerful tool for change. So let's get into it. And then I do think I have a presentation, but I can just keep it moving. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So as I was introduced, I work for Palmer Consulting, and we specialize in leading nonprofits through their fundraising efforts, usually small to mid-sized nonprofits. I am a national board member of the Grant Professionals Association, so You can really trust what I have to say about grant writing. And I am a former food banker, so that's why I'm most excited to be chatting with you all here today. I remember what it was like to be boots on the ground fighting for hunger justice in Arkansas. In my role at the food bank, I worked as a client services manager, and I helped build capacity across our agency network for long-term impact. I also worked to implement a client data tracking software across the region that allowed us to better tell the story of food insecurity through data. So let's get into storytelling. Our session will start by discussing why storytelling is important, especially in terms of fundraising. We're also going to get into the nuts and bolts of how to incorporate that storytelling into your grant proposals. Then I also want to touch on the ethical responsibilities that we have when describing the audiences that we're working with. And then I'll share some practical tips of the shifts in our writing that we can make to better align with that ethical storytelling framework. So why did I choose storytelling? I chose storytelling because it's one of the oldest and most powerful forms of communication that we have. And this is because stories connect us emotionally. It allows us to put ourselves into other people's shoes and really experience their lives, their victories, and their challenges. This emotional connection has a major influence on how people perceive issues like the missions of our organizations and whether or not they feel inspired to take action. So when I talk about giving, I'm describing giving like donating or volunteering of your time. So giving often stems from a place of empathy or connection to a story. When we share stories that resonate emotionally, specifically about the people that we're working with, we're more likely to drive people to action. Data and logic certainly play a critical role at this, but at the core, giving is deeply personal. And when I worked at a nonprofit immigration law firm as a development director, I was in charge of all things fundraising. And my favorite thing to do was to reach out to our donors and just ask them, like, why are you giving to this organization? And what made you change from someone who just likes all our Facebook posts to someone that writes a check every month to us? And none of them said, oh, because your budget looked really balanced in your annual report, or because your metrics looked great. And all of that is super important to keep donors coming back and to build that trust with them, but that's not what initially hooks them. So they all told me stories about a personal connection that they had to a mission, whether through themselves or through other people that they knew. They also described stories that they heard of the work that we were doing, that is what initially got them to start giving or to give again after a long time. So just to recap the importance of storytelling. Storytelling connects us emotionally. It connects our audience to our mission. And our goal is to use this connection to alter or enhance the perception of the work that we're doing, to in turn drive action and change like donating. Okay, so now we can shift into storytelling and grant writing. So many of us think of grant writing as a super technical process of outlining outcomes and creating budgets. And all of that is important, and we're really going to dig into that in Grants 101. But grant writing is also storytelling. You're telling the story of the problem in your community that you're working to solve, and your organization's ability to solve that problem. You're also sharing the impact of the services that you're making on people's lives. There are 3 key components to a successful story in a grant proposal, and we're really, again, going to get into grant writing this afternoon in Grants 101, but I just wanted to touch on these sections first. So first, you want to have a clear and concise narrative. You need to make an obvious connection to your mission, and you need to focus on outcomes and impacts. For your clear and concise narrative, when writing your proposal, you want to have one key message. Funders have very limited time. Often they're reading dozens, if not hundreds of proposals. So you really want your proposal to stick out in clarity. You also want to avoid jargon or making assumptions about what you think the reader knows. So they might not be as familiar with your subject matter as you are. So you want to keep things simple and straightforward. I always tell people grant writing is not the time to show off your awesome, fluffy writing skills that you learned, but instead it's the time to show how persuasive of an argument can you make and how can you get straight to the point. So next is our structure in this story, and that's your problem, solution, and impact. And we'll get into this structure a little bit now. So your problem is you're just identifying the issue that your organization is working to address. Your solution, you're outlining how your organization can work to solve the problem. And with your impact, you're describing what you expect to achieve. And when writing the problem and impact section, this is where you can really weave in that emotional appeal and start sharing stories of the people that you're working with. Next, you want to have an obvious connection to your mission. Make sure that what you're doing is connected to your organizational values, and you want to describe how your project is working to support your long-term goals. So if you have a 5-year strategic plan for your organization, in this proposal, you would be describing what is it that you're doing today through this project that will help you get to where you're going tomorrow. And then I just wanted to provide a very close or simple look at how obvious the alignment should be throughout your narrative. So your mission, your story, and an obvious alignment is one of the most important parts of a clear and concise narrative, and we will get into that more as well this afternoon. So once you've told your story of the problem and your proposed solution, you need to focus on outcomes and impact. So funders want to see measurable results. They want to know how will you know your organization was successful in the work that you were trying to do, and how are you going to prove to the funders that you did what you said you would do with their money. That's what the outcomes and impacts need to be about. We'll also really deep dive into that this afternoon. So here's an example. Your metrics could be the number of students that you're working with or the number of pounds that have been distributed across campus of food. Your successes, here's a time for that emotional appeal, describing testimonials from students that have received services from you and the impact that it's made. And then your long-term benefit is reduced food insecurity rates across college campuses. Now that we've discussed the core of the narrative, let's talk about some practical tips that will help you implement this into your work. First, you really want to be authentic to your mission. A lot of funders now are making sure that organizations aren't partaking in what they call mission creep. So that's why it's so important to have that clear alignment with your project, your values, and your mission. Second, we want to use data to add context to the stories we're telling. And this just reinforces the emotional appeal that we're creating and shows funders the tangible results of our work. And finally, you want to tailor your story to your audience. Every funder is different. Grant writing is not one size fits all. While it is useful to have a skeleton proposal of all of your projects, you don't want to be submitting the exact same thing over and over. You want to be tailoring that to what the funder is looking for. And we will also get into that more this afternoon. Oh, sorry, I missed a slide. Now I'd like to turn our attention to ethical storytelling. So we've talked a lot about how in our grant proposals and soliciting funds, we need to create that emotional connection. but how do we do that in a way that's empowering to the people that we're working with? I'll also go over a few tips and shifts that we can make in our writing to make ourselves align more with the ethical storytelling framework. So what is ethical perception? Ethical perception is a concept rooted in Aristotle's philosophy. I had to flex my philosophy minor from Lyon College. That's why this is in here, the only reason. Ethical perception is about seeing and understanding ethical situations with clarity and accuracy. And as grant writers, we really need to be aware of the ethical implications of the stories that we're telling. So there are two key components to ethical storytelling, and that's accuracy and particularity, and we will get into that now. First is accuracy. So accuracy is essential for maintaining the integrity of our stories. This is about presenting the facts as they are without letting our personal biases or perspectives alter the truth. So this can be challenging when you're trying to create that emotional connection because you're just really trying to be persuasive and make that point. But it's really important to stick to verified data and incorporate direct testimonials from those that you're working with. And this ensures not only accurate, but also authentic storytelling. Next is particularity. So this is providing the context to give perspective to your audience about the problem you're addressing. When you're collecting stories, you want to let your narrators take the lead on where the story is going to go, and you want to create space for nuance and showcase the joy, the wonder, and the strength of their experiences, in addition to any potential trauma and hardships that they're sharing with you. So this can also be challenging, again, when you're trying to tell an emotional, appealing story, but just remembering that the narrator is the owner of their story. So here are a few tips for implementing this into your work. First, you want to invest in relationships. You don't want the first time that you're talking to someone asking about their story being the first time you've ever interacted with them. I really like the saying, moving at the speed of trust, because that will allow for more vulnerable and honest conversations. So next is informed consent. Participants should be aware of exactly how their story is going to be used, who the audience is, and you want to offer anonymity or pseudonyms to protect their privacy and discuss any concerns on the front end. And finally, you want to make this a collaborative process. Like I mentioned earlier, the narrator is the owner of their story, so you want to give them time to edit or redact anything that they may have shared. Next is a style guide on some shifts we can make in our writing to align with ethical storytelling. These are not tips that I made up myself. Rather, it's a compilation of style guides that have been across the grant writers world for a while now, and I'm happy to share sources with anyone that is interested. So first, we want to use person-first language when referring to something that is temporary and impersonal. So instead of referring to someone as a food insecure person, you could try saying person experiencing food insecurity. And then another example that I see a lot is like low-income children. You could try saying children living in homes with a low income. Next, you want to avoid violent language. So I struggle with this one a lot because, again, you're wanting to be passionate and persuasive. I'm pretty sure I used fight earlier in this presentation, but instead of fight, combat, or battle, you could try using address and focus on. You also would like to avoid exploitive storytelling and poverty voyeurism. So as much as possible, you want to focus on the agency and strengths of the population that you're writing about and avoid serve language. I struggle with this one too, because when I was first taught how to grant write, serve was the term that we were using a lot. but now we're trying to move towards worked with or provided support to. And then just how we're describing the people that we're working with again, instead of like recipients, you could say your clients, your community. I love using neighbors. So those are just some shifts you can make. You also want to consider the systems and structures in place or lack thereof that explain situations. So using a positive and neutral tone with asset-based language. So instead of saying like struggling, suffering, or marginalized, you could try using facing, experiencing, or lacking basic services and resources. An example of this that I use in my writing is instead of saying the marginalized neighborhood, I provide more detail and say, because of systemic inequities, the neighborhood lacks basic services and resources. And that's a direct example I often use. So something to look out for is mimicking client funder language. So for funders, there are a lot of funders right now that are moving towards more equitable grant making practices, but there are some that maybe haven't caught up to that yet. So I see a lot the question of, please describe the needy population you are serving. And if you use the tips that we talked about a second ago, you would just want to be adding more detail to that. So I just get very detailed, and instead of saying the needy population we are serving is, I say our project will work with our neighbors in South Fayetteville who have seen housing prices skyrocket while wages have remained stagnant, and this has created a systemic housing shortage which is causing a rise in homelessness in our community. Okay, so as we reflect on what we've discussed today, I want to ask you, how can we use storytelling to both empower individuals and secure the resources that we need to continue our work? Storytelling has the power to uplift the people that we work with, build connections with funders, and drive meaningful change, but it's up to us to use that responsibly and ethically. And my final thought I want to leave you with is your passion is contagious. When you're passionate about your cause, that shines through and it can motivate people to take action. So as you go out into the world and talk about all the great work that you're doing, let your passion guide you and let it drive the change that you want to see. And thank you all so much. I'm excited to talk to you all again this afternoon for Grants 101.
Thank you, Leilani. We cannot wait for your grant writing session after lunch. Hi there, my name is Samantha Collins, and I'm so excited to see you all. I'm the membership manager here at the Alliance. And one of the things I love about this College Hunger Summit is seeing all the information and networking that's going on. Sharing and networking are the key to maintaining successful collaborations because, let's face it, we can't do any of this on our own. Here today to share their collaboration success stories are Wendy Holbrook, Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs at the University of Central Arkansas in Conway. Wendy has developed an impressive network of support on campus that helps sustain the Bare Essential Pantry. We also have Jeff Quick with the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas and Cassie Jones, who's a student, advocate, and all-around amazing person. And they're gonna share how they forged a partnership and helped establish a college hunger task force at Arkansas State University Mountain Home. I'll give them just a minute to get our mics set up. But first we're gonna hear from Wendy, and then we'll hear from Jeff and Cassie, and then we'll open it up to answer some questions at the end.
Give her that mic.
Yeah. Do you guys have the slideshow?
There's a clicker right here.
Okay.
Hold the mic up to you.
All right, good morning, good morning. So first I want to thank everyone at the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance for inviting me here this morning. We have some exciting things happening in Bear Country at UCA, and I'm eager to share them with you. One thing we've learned at our pantry is that it takes our entire village to make this work. And the collaborations are important. I remember one year when our numbers really, really spiked, and I'll show you that here in a moment. I had a flashback to a summer when I stayed with my grandmother, and my parents, aunts, and uncles decided all the kids needed to stay. Do y'all remember staying at your grandma's house and you pulled all the pallets out and the aunts and uncles ran away like they didn't know you, right? Left you there with the grandparents. And my grandmother looked around at my parents and my aunt and uncles, and she said, how am I gonna feed all these children? And she made all the adults go to the grocery store and buy groceries, and she took care of us. And I remember looking at our numbers one summer, one fall, and I thought to myself, how am I gonna feed all these children? But you know what? It's not up to me. It's not up to just us. And we really need to just kind of relieve ourselves of that burden and think about our community and who's helping us in this work and how we can pull everybody together. And those are the things we're going to talk about today. But first, I wanted to just give you a little bit of history. Our pantry started in 2014. Faculty noticed that students were in need and that need wasn't going away. So they confiscated a closet in an academic building and decided they were going to have a pantry. They have the support of our faculty senate, our staff senate, and our student government. And that, like I said, was in 2014. For 6 years, they just volunteered and made this work. In 2020, I was sitting in my office minding my own business, not bothering anyone. Actually, I was quiet that day, not even talking a lot. My boss walks in. 10 minutes later, I'm responsible for the pantry. And he walks out about his own business. But it's been an amazing ride. I knew nothing about a pantry. 4 years later, here I am, and we're making it work. We are currently housed in a different space than we were in 2016, and we're super excited about that. We do have some community guidelines. You can shop in our pantry if you have a current ID, a UCA ID, a faculty staff ID. Those who are retired or not with a current ID do not shop in our pantry. You have to check in with us and check out with us. You can visit once a week, 4 times a month. And you must follow the item limits on the shelves and on our fridges and in our freezers. And then you must allow us to weigh your bags. So those are our community guidelines. When you complete a registration form, each of those community guidelines is a single bullet, and you must initial and sign that you've reviewed those and you understand what we're doing in our pantry. We're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 4. Monday through Thursday. On Friday, we clean and we restock and just kind of take care of business. So we do have 4 shopping days. This was the closet that we had in our building called Old Main. Those shelves, you could get like 2 cans high and about 2 cans deep. Those 4.5 people in that picture, that's how many people could fit in the pantry. And then we moved to our new space in 2020. Yes. I always think of that rap song, started from the bottom, now we're here. Hey. So we're super excited. And even now we have commercial fridges and freezers instead of the residential ones at this point. This is our team. Will is the most important person in that picture, and he coordinates everything that happens in the pantry, but that's only 30% of his job. We don't have anyone that's full-time that runs the pantry. So it is quite a challenge. The administrative assistant there is my administrative assistant. The only person who is on the payroll that just says pantry budget is our student volunteer coordinator. She makes sure all the volunteers show up when they're supposed to and handles that schedule. I don't know if you can see our numbers, but in September, we saw 458 individuals. In August, we saw 364, and that's up from the year before. Just wanted you to understand the volume when we talk about our partnership. If you can come once a week, once a month, 4 times a month, once a week, that equaled 853 visits in 1 month. That's how many times the door swung open. So we have a large volunteer crew. Just looking at our academic year, we saw an average of 280 visitors a month, served 900 individuals, 6,000 visits, 64,000 pounds of food distributed, which equaled 53,000 meals. So we're a very, very busy place. But let's just jump into the partnerships that we have. And we're going to start with operational partnerships, things that we need every day. And we start with our foundation office. That's where our fiscal partner, and that's where we get our 501c3. So that's how we can apply for grants and have that status. So that's every day that they're a partner in that particular area of our operations. Marketing department, if you have a marketing department, they created these cool logos. I don't know how to do that. I don't plan to learn how to do that. But they are amazing. It took them like 24 hours to make all those logos for us, each individual one. And I don't know if you noticed, this is our 10-year anniversary that we're celebrating. So they took our can and turned it into a 10-year celebration one. So cool logos. Our physical plant, our partner, every week we have to drive from Conway to pick up our donations from Aldi. And then we drive from Conway to Little Rock to pick up our food. We use their trucks. Those are our partners in that particular arena. Aramark is our food vendor. We don't have a swipe program. My financial vice president told us that those dollars already had a job, that every dollar has a job, and they had a job already. But Aramark does donate these materials to us every week, which is extremely beneficial for the number of students that we have coming through. In January, we were partnered with Aldi. They're our retail partner. That happened through the Arkansas Food Bank. And they've donated several thousand pounds of food, mostly produce, to our pantry over this past year, which has been amazing. And then our governing bodies. If you have a staff senate, a faculty senate, and I know you have a student government association, those are the governing bodies that make decisions for your campus, that influence the culture of your campus. They should be your best friends. They should all be your best friends, and we'll talk about that. Right now, our Student Government Association is hosting a homecoming food drive. That's happening, and the food is going to be delivered and counted on Friday, on tomorrow. They're collecting it, and they've been collecting it all week. They also, no, this is our staff senate, I'm sorry. Our staff senate is doing the food drive, along with our Student Government Association is doing one as well. So they also do a winter feast. That's our holiday feast. Staff Senate is doing this. Wendy Holbrook is not doing this. Wendy Holbrook is in her office reading emails while all these things are happening. So that's where, and they're excited about it. They have a whole committee that does winter feast. That's our holiday meal. And you get your name entered into a drawing to win cool prizes by bringing food that we then go collect and put on the shelf and give to people. They also gave us a mini grant to do a pantry partner program. And then they do a spring picnic where they do a fundraising competition. And you can pick a fund to then raise money for. So one of Amber picked the food pantry, and to avoid getting a pie in the face, you have to give her money. At this point, Amber was at $690, and they sent out an email saying, please save them, give them money so they don't get a pie in the face. And you kept giving money to Amber. And she didn't get a pie in the face because she kept raising money. But you get to pick any fund. So they would do a pie in the face or a dunking booth. This last year, they did the hot wings contest. Please save me from eating hot wings. And then they raised money. And Leslie was the one who worked for the food pantry. Again, they did this. This is not something that we had to do. Our Student Government Association does food for fines. They do it several times a year. Now, mind you, you can't get rid of that $80 fine for parking in the handicap parking space. They're not doing that. But you can get rid of some $10 and $15 fines through Student Government Association. And they're collecting those right now. That's happening on our campus. And they are very specific. You need 3 things of peanut butter to get rid of a $10 fine. It is very specific on how that works and what you need to get rid of a $15 fine. It's very, very clear on there. Our Greek organizations and our student organizations do food drives off campus. We have an off-campus food drive toolkit. You can see our tablecloth, you can see different flyers, and we have a little card that says, these are the things we need in our food pantry. Would you mind purchasing one of these today while you're shopping? This group, Sigma Tau Gamma, got over 400 pounds of food in 2 hours. And they were just sitting, you can see those baskets just filled up with food. And we gave them everything they needed, and they went out and did that. Any student organization can do that, and ours do this several times a year. One of my favorite organizations that I co-advise is called our Green Bear Coalition. They're everything sustainable, everything that you can think of green. If they could save the planet yesterday, we would all be saved and be using all reusable, sustainable materials. So we have a garden on campus. This is what the space used to look like. And this is what it looks like today on the right. That came through, and the words went away. A partnership with the biology department, with student government, with the physical plant, and just organizations that came together to make this happen, along with the Green Bear Coalition. The physical plant craftsmen built those garden beds, those raised beds. And we grow food that goes to the pantry. We have peppers and lettuce and Swiss chard and all those things that went to the pantry. The pantry, we also, there are compost bins in the gardens. So when we get too many bananas, we get too much ripe fruit from Aldi, it goes into the compost bin. So all things sustainable. It's just a loop that happens for us in the garden and with the compost bins. We partner with our dietetics and nutrition therapy. They have graduate students who have to teach so many classes on different subjects to graduate. So we do dinner in the garden with the produce from the garden. And he also filmed classes with food from the pantry. So ramen noodles, you can add a lot to ramen noodles and make it happen. And we can put those things on our Instagram pages. We do a move out food collection. Who lives in an apartment all year and wants to take all that ravioli home that their mama sent them so they wouldn't starve to death? Nobody wants to take that home. So what do? You put bins up around the apartment and you collect all their food and you let them know you're going to take it. And you put them in the C-store because they have extra dining dollars that don't roll over. So you let them buy that $5 macaroni with those C-store dollars, and then they put that in the pantry. So this is an example of the flyer that goes all up, and even in the residence halls, there's tons of food that we collect every move out. So that's our partnership with our residence hall. We also partner with AmeriCorps. Does anybody else have AmeriCorps on their campus? They are trained and get paid to do the work. So they're the foundation of the volunteers in the pantry because we run on volunteers. And we love our UCA Honors College. Like I said, we are celebrating 10 years. They sponsored a meal pack program and packed over 10,000 meals for our 10-year celebration. And that happened on September 26th of this year. So we were super excited. And that wasn't just Honors College, but they were spearheading that. They were with the Conway Morning Rotary Club, which we love them. They've adopted our tuna shelf. I know our shelf can hold over 500 cans of tuna. Why? Because we count it. Because they asked, how much tuna does it take to fill the shelf? Because we want to adopt that shelf, and we had to count. And it was also with the Rotaract International Club and our UCA Student Government Association. So that was off-campus partnerships, on-campus partnerships, and then we got to work that into the celebration for our anniversary as well. The other people that need to be your best friend are the people on your campus who raise money. Your advancement office. They have featured us for the Day of Giving. They have featured us in the magazine and their fall campaign and in their planned giving campaign. So this is an example of their fall foundation campaign. So they want everyone to donate money to the foundation. And when you donate to the foundation, that's tax deductible and you can pick any fund. Everyone who worked on UCS campus, over 1,000 people, got this card with their name on the back that says, here's how you can donate to the UCA Foundation. They did this for me. And they asked them to give $10 a month in honor of the 10-year celebration. So everyone received one of these, and we were super excited to be invited to be a part of that, of their campaign for this year. They also featured us in a magazine that's mailed to every donor and all alums who are signed up at UCA. That's a population that there's no way that I could reach, but they were able to reach them. And I think as a result, the one big thing about sustainability and collaboration happened for us, and that is that someone has committed to a significant, and I mean very significant, planned giving gift. So that means after this person passes away, that they have committed to give a significant gift in the foundation to the pantry that will then sustain a budget for us for years to come. So ultimately, that's where we want it to be, and we're super excited that we got there to continue to sustain the pantry and make sure that our bears have food to eat for the next few years. So that's our plan at UCA. Thank you.
when you get a group of systems leaders together in a room, and you ask them what they see as their biggest obstacles, so we're going to look at one of those is partnerships and movement sustainability. The issue of sustainable collaboration is both a movement-wide problem and also unique to each organization. We just heard from Wendy at UCA about what that collaboration can look like. Specifically between a two-year college and a food bank in rural Arkansas. It's my hope today that our discussion can give you some insight and encouragement and ideas that you can take back to your own campuses. We're going to start with some introductions and background, and then we'll move into some of the projects that we've been able to work on together and how they might be used as case studies for your own campuses. And lastly, we'll end with some more abstract lessons that we've learned throughout this process of partnership. Can I borrow your clicker? Mine's not working. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Jeff, I'd like to turn it to you for just a minute to talk about the food bank. Could you tell us a little bit about the food bank, who you serve, the impact it has in our community?
Sure. So my name is Jeff Quick, and I'm the CEO for the Food Bank in North Central Arkansas. Glad to be here with you today, and glad to see so many faces that are working on the issues of food insecurity across our state, especially on our college campuses. The Food Bank in North Central Arkansas is one of 6 Feeding America food banks across the state. We are all founding members of the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance, and we all have a specific county territory or number of counties that we serve across the region so that we're not overlapping or duplicating services. The Food Bank of North Central Arkansas distributes about 4 to 4.5 million pounds of food annually. We're one of the smaller food banks in the state, but we have a network of around 90 different hunger relief organizations that we serve across 9 counties of North Central Arkansas. A couple of which actually land on our college campuses, both at ASU Mountain Home and at North Ark in Harrison. So we're excited to partner with both of those organizations. When we look at numbers in our region, the food bank and our network of partners serve about 20,000 people every month. And if you look at touch points throughout the course of the year, that will get you up to about 250,000 times that someone has been served as a duplicated number at that point.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to stress how much work these people are able to get done with such a small team. Like, it is phenomenal the amount of lives that they're able to reach with such a small team compared to a lot of our food banks across the state. It's really a testament to the amount of work that they put in each and every day. So as for the college, Arkansas State University Mountain Home, or ASUMH, is also located in Mountain Home. We have a peak enrollment of about 2,500 students a year, many of which are concurrent or online students. We serve an enormous population of healthcare workers and technical students, and a large proportion of our students are non-traditional in every sense of the word. They're parenting students, they're full-time in the workforce, transfer, concurrent, every type of non-traditional that you could imagine. I like to say that Mountain Home is such a beautiful and community-oriented place, but it's 3 hours from everywhere. I also woke up at 4 a.m. to get here today, so that just really illustrates that point. Our rural location combined with the unique needs of our non-traditional students can create some obstacles that we're really looking to address every single day. So, how did we get here? It's really important to start at the beginning. I think when we look back on progress made in food systems, it can be easy to forget the years of hard work and individual efforts that went into this moment. As long as ASUMH has existed, it's really had a food pantry, and that pantry has taken different shapes over the years. I love how you say you acquired a broom closet. I think that's pretty much what we did too for a long time. It was out of faculty offices and extra shelf space. It was just this quiet network of teachers and instructors helping our students. Our pantry really started to grow in 2019. We had 2 full-time staff members with completely other jobs that did a phenomenal job raising money and building capacity for our pantry. But we all know what happened several months later, right? COVID hit. And at that point, need just really exploded. We were trying to keep our students above water and make sure that they had enough to eat every night. It's also important to note that about this time was when ASUMH really got involved with Honors Arkansas, which you're going to hear more from this afternoon about the amazing work that they were able to do together. But Honors Arkansas is this consortium of all the honors colleges across the state. And every semester to year or so, we would come together and pick a topic to study, one that was specifically relevant to our students at that time. And what could be more relevant than in the fall of 2021, the issue of poverty and food insecurity. That class was really the spark that started a wildfire. Our students came together to survey over 3,000 college students, and I won't spoil our later presentation, but 1 in every 3 of those college students was food insecure. That's 1,000 out of 3,000. And with that survey, we knew that we had to do something. I think that number is a lot more known now, but to us, it was just completely mind-blowing. We knew we couldn't leave things as they were. That sparked the first ever College Hunger Summit. It sparked movements across just about every campus that participated in our state. It was just phenomenal to see how this quiet movement that had been growing for months and years really formalized and came together. And I wish I could tell you that everything was perfect from then on out, that we went back to ASUMH and got all of our projects done and our pantry just grew exponentially and we had no more food insecurity on campus. But that's not what happened, as we all know. It's never quite that easy. When we went back and tried to continue to grow our programs, we were met with obstacles. We were met with a lack of awareness, a lack of capacity, of time, of money, of staff, of just about everything that you need to get anything done. But we still fought. Our students continued to advocate through the avenues that we had, through our existing student organizations, through the Alliance. We continued to plant seeds, but for a time, we knew we could only make small changes. We would wait for a day when the ground would be ready and we would be able to make a bigger change. A year from then is really when that change started. ASUMH had new administration, new students, new faculty. Really, we just had the capacity that we needed to get some of this stuff off the ground. And we wanted to become an official partner of Swipe Out Hunger, an official campus chapter. But before we did so, we wanted to go talk to Jeff. The food bank had been our biggest partners from the beginning for our food pantry, our main supplier of all our shelf-stable foods, of everything that we gave to students. And we knew that if we wanted to partner with Swipe, we wanted them to be on board too. So I walked through the doors of the food bank, having absolutely no idea what was going to happen next. And I sat down with Jeff to talk about Swipe Out Hunger. We talked a lot about the progress that had been made in our state over the past few years and the progress that had yet to occur. And that's when Jeff asked that question. What do you think about us all doing this together, officially? Of you coming and working for the food bank and us having this partnership between the Alliance and the college and the food bank? And I remember that moment so clearly because he called up Kathy Webb on his phone and he did not tell me who he was calling. And Kathy, to me, was and still is larger than life. And the idea that he would call her up and ask her what she thought about this, I was just like in shock, freaking out. I think my heart rate jumped about 50 points. But really that moment was, I think, one of the biggest things that someone had done for me in this field, because when it comes down to it, it's a full-time college student, full-time in healthcare. I had zero official experience in nonprofits or in food insecurity other than a couple years of volunteer service. But Jeff brought down those doors to entry, and we still decided that, you know what, we can work together, we can do this. I think when it comes down to it, that's really what collaboration is. It's this unselfish willingness to reach out a hand, to help each other, to lend our resources. It's passionate people who saw a problem and knew that they could do so much more together. And let me tell you, we did so much more together. I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff for just a minute to talk about the internship and some of the more general things that we were able to get accomplished, and then I'll move into 4 individual projects that we got to work on.
So the best part for me is I had a student in my room, a young person in my office that was passionate about what she was talking about. And we knew that already before that meeting that morning. But I don't like to let folks out of my office that are that passionate without getting a yes from them on something, right? So if you're going to walk in my office and tell me about how you want to make sure that people have access to food, then let's figure that out before you leave. And so we had an internship program that was primarily focused on high school students at the time. And we had some extra funds available in that budget line item, and we said, yes, that's how we're going to accomplish this. We, at the food bank, were able to provide the internship, which allows for a scholarship to pay for education opportunities that are happening for Cassie at ASU Mountain Home. We also have gone a step further and said, let's get you ServSafe certified so that you have that education or training behind you for your pantry leadership. We, over the last 12 months, have been able to provide almost 3,000 pounds of food to the food pantry on the college campus there at Mountain Home. And then, I'm not sure why they wanted this. I'm honored to go, but they asked me to serve on the anti-hunger task force. So regularly, there's a group of us that meet together to solve problems together. One of which, just this past month during our meeting, we started talking about how could we introduce USDA commodity programs into the college food pantry program. And so we now have the okay from the USDA on the state level for us to do that. And I just want to be aware, if you are interested in replicating that on your campus, your campus food pantry does have to be open to the public. We satisfied that in our minds, at least around the table, just to say that we weren't going to make a big, we're not going to put billboards out or have advertisements in huge ways about that, but that we would be willing to serve someone that is not enrolled at ASU if they were to come. And then that if they should show up and we serve them, we would also connect them back to the food pantry in the community that was closest to their residents so that they could find support in a little closer setting that way. Moreover than anything at all is that we just have an open line of communication between us, either through the Alliance or through the college or through the food bank. And we're working together to solve problems and to create opportunities for the students on our campuses and the people that live in our communities.
So next we'll talk about 4 specific projects that we've worked on together. Jeff already mentioned the first one, which is our task force. I think one of the first things we knew we needed to get done when we started this internship was to get everybody on the same page. Those open lines of communication. So that's campus administration, the food bank, students, faculty, everybody. We held what would become the first anti-hunger task force meeting where we invited just about everybody from every department we could think of that might possibly want to be involved in this. We began to hold monthly meetings open to all campus students, faculty that are interested in. And that group, we grew to 14 members in less than a semester, and that group really became one of the most influential things that we were able to accomplish. I know it seems like a small thing, organizing a committee or a task force, but I can't tell you how important it is to have everybody that you need all in the same room working on the same project. That diverse group of people with their resources became such a powerful guiding tool for the programs that would come next. Second, we continue to build partnerships. We gained 4 national partnerships in Swipe Out Hunger, Universities Fighting World Hunger, Student Basic Needs Coalition, and the National Coalition for College Student Essential Needs, as well as countless local partnerships through our community churches. I think when we look at our smaller communities, we can tend to get discouraged and think that maybe we don't have as many resources available to us because we're in a small area. But I think our tight-knit communities are honestly more likely to give back and to come together on these issues. And that's really where our local churches came in. So for us, with our healthcare and our technical students, we would have students coming in for night classes when our campus dining provider wouldn't be open. They would be coming straight from work. Some of them are traveling 2 hours to come to class. They would not be eating. They would be sitting through a 4-hour class and driving home having never had dinner. And our local churches really saw this need and stepped up to the table. So for several years now, at least twice a week, they've been bringing hot, home-cooked meals to our students who wouldn't be able to eat otherwise. For example, during the first 3 weeks of our semester, we served over 100 students with those meals alone. I still have people who come up to me at my job at the hospital and tell me that those meals are what got them through their healthcare, their nursing program. So next we worked on pantry expansion. With the help of our task force and the food bank, We were able to apply for some grants and get funding for cold storage. Our freezer, our first ever cold storage, was delivered and installed yesterday. You should have heard us screaming and cheering. We were so excited. We were also able to quadruple our mobile pantry size. So we do have a main pantry on campus. It's in a pretty central location. It's located in some faculty offices. And for a lot of students, that's not a problem, but some students feel really uncomfortable coming to that public place and signing up and walking out with a bag. So our mobile pantries have been a way where we can drop off bags for students and they can come. We're working on getting them to check in remotely with our new system, Oasis, which we also installed yesterday. But those mobile pantries have been a lifesaver for students who might not be able to access food otherwise or might not just feel comfortable coming to our main pantry. So we're now able to have one of those on almost every building on campus. And then lastly, we were able to help with growing the movement as a whole. We started one of the first, I don't know, Sage, can I say the first Swipe Out Hunger student chapter in the nation. We've been involved in the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance summits from the very beginning. We've grown our Blaze Bucks Meal Swipe donation program, which has been amazing. And then we've just been able to reach out to other campuses and other organizations. Combining the campuses network with the food banks network allowed us to reach so many more people and just help them with, any sort of resources that they might need. So lastly, I want to move into some more abstract things that I have learned. I'm sure Jeff and Wendy probably know all these things, but for me, it was kind of a hard learning curve, some lessons that I had to ingrain in my mind along the way. So the first thing that I want to say is to have passion and patience. Timing is everything, and respect others' capacity. When we see the struggles of our community, we really want to jump in and fix it. That passion that we have is beautiful and it's needed, but we also have to balance it. That's why, to me, it's important to have such a diverse team of thinkers so that when us type A people try to run and push solutions, our relationship-oriented friends can pull us back and be like, are you sure that they can handle all of that right now? Are you sure that's a nice thing to do? It can be really hard though, because sometimes when we have to step back from projects or realize that it's a wrong time, we feel like we failed, right? We feel like we're not meeting these metrics. But I just want to encourage you not to get discouraged. This is the long game, and we really cannot solve hunger in a day. I think of all the people that came before us that laid the groundwork for this. If they had given up when they didn't reach the exact future that they wanted, none of this would have been possible or been attained. Second, be afraid and do it anyway. I really hope that you can't tell from me being up here, but I have horrific public speaking and social anxiety, which is very unfortunate considering the two career paths that I've chosen. But what I always like to tell people is that if I can get up here and do this, so can you. The movement is so much bigger than our fears and our own insecurities. I can't tell you how nervous I was first reaching out to our campus chancellor and having that conversation and telling him, hey, by the way, our students are going hungry at night. That's not a good conversation to have. That's not an easy conversation to have. But again, this movement is bigger than our own fears and insecurities. A lot of people say that the worst someone can say is no when you ask for collaboration, but I think a better saying is the easiest answer you can get is no. Getting a no just removes someone from your call list. The real bravery and the real work starts when you hang up that phone and you're like, oh my gosh, now I have to figure out how this is going to work with us doing this together. Lastly, don't forget the community you already have. Humanity comes first, diversity makes a team. I want to tell y'all a really quick story that means a lot to me that I think demonstrates this point well. So the first time that I remember meeting Jeff and interacting with the food bank, I was probably about 13 years old. I don't remember what year y'all moved into your current building. Do you remember? 2020? Okay. But I remember the warehouse they were in previously. And there are three things that I really remember about that experience. I'd gone with a group of school kids from my homeschool group. I remember sitting in the back of that cold warehouse and sorting cans of carrots for what felt like hours in the dust and the dark. And I still joke with our staff that I can't look at a can of crinkle cut carrots the same way today. But second thing I remember is how kind Jeff and the other staff were to us, a probably very rowdy and unruly group of school kids. Even though they didn't know if we cared or how we cared or what we would do with that information, they took the time to invite us in to what their vision of the future was, telling us that one day we would have this beautiful building that was filled with food and hope and love. In doing so, they really invited us in, and we became unofficial collaborators in this. They showed us what the future would look like. And I think neither of us knew that years later, I would be walking through the doors of their new building, and I would see just how well that vision had come true. Not only that, but I would have had the honor of becoming a part of it. And then the last thing that I remember was this tall, shy kid that was working next to me sorting carrots. I didn't really know a whole lot about him, but he seemed like a pretty full person. 6 years later, we would be married. And that interaction would be one of the first times that we ever really got to meet and work together. So I say all this for several reasons. I don't want you to look at the relationships around you and try to squeeze every last ounce of business value you possibly could out of them. I say this because I want you to remember the people around you and that everybody has love and worth and value, and that you have absolutely no idea the collaborations and the impact that can come out of the people that you already have met and already have shown kindness to in the past. I'm not saying you're going to get a husband out of it like I did, but you never know. I want to leave you with this quote. I have the audacity to believe that peoples everywhere can have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits. When I went to Washington, D.C. this summer with the Alliance, we took an evening after our work to do a Knights Monument tour. As the sun was setting, we walked through the Roosevelt and MLK Memorial, and this quote was engraved onto a stone wall. And for a very long time, I stopped and looked at this quote, and I took a picture of it. I think of it often when I become discouraged, when I feel alone or I'm laying awake at night anxious. I go back through my photos and I look at the picture I took of this engraving. I remember the people that were there with me, of Samantha and Sylvia and Lance, and the legacy of service that they have. I remember the world that we are fighting for, a world of more justice and nourishment. I remember the community that I have helped. Most importantly, I remember that we are not, and never have been, and never will be truly alone. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you guys. That was amazing. So we have some time for questions. Anyone in the crowd has some questions? Can I steal another mic? And I'll keep one.
Sure.
Also, real quick, that QR code has a link to a bunch of random readings and resources that I send to just about everybody that I meet. So if any of that you would find helpful, just scan that QR code. It'll take you to a Google document. It's kind of like a master list of readings and organizations for you to look at.
All right. Any questions? Anyone?
Any questions I can ask you guys? Yes.
Hi, I'm from Blessing Technical College. We are a small two-year university. We have a small food pantry, but I want to extend ours, especially because we do have a lot of non-traditional students that have families that have children that do night classes. And so I was listening to you talk about the resources that you have. And my question to you is, how did you get yourself in the room to talk to the people that you needed to? That seems to be not our biggest issue, but mine is something I'm very passionate about, is feeding people, especially children. No one deserves to starve, but I really want to expand our food pantry because we have a lot of non-traditional students that have whole families, that have small children. So how do you get there is my question.
So that's a really good question, and then I'll pass this to Wendy or Jeff if they have other comments to add. Honestly, and Dr. Baird and the rest of our students can attest to this, we tried to do that for so long. That is a long and a hard battle to fight. And I think there's a lot of different ways to go about it. I think it depends on the people you're trying to reach. But I'll be honest, when we had Jeff and some of our other community members get involved, and when we had their reputation and all of the good that they've done kind of partnering with us and attached to this, we had a lot more people show up. Already having the support and the power and all of that behind you, knowing that you have these people who are already experts showing up with you, really helps to get people who might not be 100% convinced. It helps everybody get together.
I would say for getting connected with those in our staff senate and certainly with our student government, for us, there are senators that represent our division, and I'm in the division of student affairs. So I can talk to that particular senator and share with them. And I can ask to be on the agenda if it's nothing else than to give an update of what's going on and then to express what those needs are, and to ask to be on the agenda for the faculty senate as well. When I went to speak to our faculty senate, they thought that the university had a budget to purchase all the food in our pantry that we gave away. And those are the people that teach at our institution that are on that senate. So when they got this information, it was new information for them, and then sparked that they wanted to do more, or recognized that they needed to do more, because they actually thought I had a budget and I was just chilling and spending money that, you know, everybody was giving me. And they didn't understand why I kept asking for money. They were confused. So sometimes they honestly don't know. And then another thing I realized, many of the off-campus partnerships that we have with the Morning Rotary Club, with the Noon Rotary, with the Masonic Lodges, those people work on my campus. They already work and teach on the campus. And once they know about the pantry, their civic groups are looking for something to do. And you've already informed them. The more you're the ambassador, the more you tell your story, there are groups that are looking for opportunities to serve and to work and want to help the students. So you have more people out beating the drum and being that drum major for what you're doing, if that helps at all. But put yourself on the agenda.
I would just say that, in my opinion, success in any realm is based on relationships. So go to the community events, be where people are, and start building relationships, and those doors would open.
Hi, Chuck Burke from National Park College in Hot Springs. I'm the only faculty sponsor. We get some volunteers. We have a new president who has kind of, the mission is, knows that poverty in our area is a big factor. What conversations can I have with my president to help get some more help within the college on getting some help with getting this thing moving? I need to have a conversation with my president, because I think he'll move on it. Thank you.
You need some friends with you as well. College presidents listen to students more than they listen to us. I would grab your student government and take some students with you. I don't know if you have an honors college on your campus. If you have that, we just talked about the work that Honors College is doing. They probably were involved in that research. If they were involved in that research, let them go in there and speak on what they know and what they did, right? And so you can't deny that 1 in 3 are hungry, because I did the research, or my mentor before me did this research a couple of years ago. So to tell that story, and someone who can carry that story and make it impactful, that this is what's happening on our campus. And a resolution or a conversation and relation building with that Student Government Association, and a resolution that says, we want something to happen, or we're committed and we're going to make this one of our goals for this year, carries a lot of weight. I know our student government on our campus, their voice is really heavy and carries a lot of weight. So I would build up a team of people that are going with me, because many voices will carry a lot more weight than just one voice. I hope those conversations help. And if the faculty senate getting in there, but our student voices are the ones that push it forward. And I see my students looking at me from the back room. I don't know, do y'all agree? Is that a good recommendation? Thumbs up? Okay. Did that help? Okay.
And I also want to plug a resource from Swipe real quick. Swipe Out Hunger has some phenomenal guides, programs on talking about advocacy, how to talk to administration, framing for all those hard conversations. So I would definitely check out their website and look at the resources and guides they have posted, because those have definitely helped me as well.
I was thinking to, oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sage with Swipe Out Hunger. Just want to say also, so I have some like QR codes and things that, on our table and stickers so you can get connected, and business cards so you can email me. Also, my business cards, the Swipe logo is a sticker, so that's fun. But so yes, we have the resources, we have the guides. A lot of our toolkits are public on our website, but joining our network is free and easy, and you get one-on-one support with me and our other subject matter experts. We have a lot of strong personalities, and we are happy to log into those meetings, to meet with your president, to meet with those folks who may be giving you some either out loud or silent no's, and really advocate on your behalf. As a national organization, we hold some weight there. So we're really happy to be a part of that type of support in those conversations to get the needle moving in the direction that you need to expand or start things.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say. Okay, I wanted to add one more thing with that. Make sure you share the numbers on how hunger affects retention. And I think Swipe has some information on that, so I'll certainly put that in there as well.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Rowling. I'm nervous too, so sorry about that. I go to Arkansas State University Mid-South in West Memphis, Arkansas. And my question is to you, Ms. Jones. You talked about how like making an area welcome to the students, like they may feel, you know, a little nervous or shy or anything like get your food. And my question is, how can we create a more welcoming environment that reduces stigma around using the pantry?
That's a really good question, and that's something that we still struggle with all the time. I feel like it also comes in waves. Like when we have a full crew of new students, it's like people are a lot more shy than if we've already have a crew of students that have been around campus for a little bit and know our pantry super well. I would say one of the first things is just plaster info about your pantry everywhere. The syllabus, the admissions tables, when you're tabling for clubs. I mean, make it everywhere, make it visible, make your staff know that this is available. This is just something that students are talking about and already know about. The other thing that I would say is the argument that I've heard from a lot of students is somebody needs this more than me. And they don't want to go because if they go, somebody's going to look at them and be like, oh, they don't actually need that. That's not the case, and that's never the case. I will be the first one to admit that I have gone to our food pantry. I have forgotten my lunch on a busy day of clinicals, and I have grabbed lunch from our food pantry. I do not care if you have forgotten your wallet or you've forgotten your lunch. The food pantry is for you when you are hungry. And then the other thing I would say is to help get students involved. So we have our Swipe Out Hunger student chapter, which helps other students see, hey, this is something that I don't need to be ashamed about. Like this is something that our campus is really passionate about. Not only the fact that they're leading the pantry and getting donations, but like they're okay with using it too and having their friends use it. Get them involved in leadership and volunteering at the pantry and any way of being involved in the pantry as possible. Because I will tell you that word of mouth and experience is one of the most important ways that you can get information out there to your students.
I'm about to speak about stuff that I don't know about. So just bear with me for a second. But this is kind of the thing that I tried to say at our last meeting. There's someone on your campus who knows the financial situation of the students that are on campus. Okay? It's been a long time since I was in college. So if y'all know who that person is or that group is, then you should go visit with them. Because in my opinion, there's probably some kind of HIPAA issue. You know, I know y'all are not hospitals, so it's not HIPAA, but there's some kind of privacy piece that's going to keep you from all of us knowing the financial situation of the other students on campus. But someone can know that, right? So we need those folks on our team and partners as well. Those are the folks that looking at the information automatically can go, wow, you know, one of the things that we might be able to help you with is signing you up for SNAP benefits. One of the things we might be able to help you with is connecting you to our campus food pantry. Another program that we might have commodities. And if we have trained those folks who have privilege to that knowledge and information to be our partners, then they're going to be working in the background behind us to make sure that our students and the people that need these resources most know about them and are connected to them.
Good morning. Thank you for such a rich discussion. I think I took screenshots of just about everybody's slides. My question is this: how do you all handle international students who have to stay on campus when the campus is closed for holidays, summer break, and they cannot go home? How do you, and of course they need to eat as well. The cafeteria is closed. So how do you handle that? What process do you have in place to help them?
A process that is a working process. Um, we, we know that that is coming because when our campus is closed, the pantry's closed as well, right? Because we work on volunteers and with people there. We do allow them to make boxes, or gather more food when we're about to close. So the limits are extended when we're about to close. And we have a large international population. We have a list of other pantries in the city and work closely with some of those pantries. So we make sure that we give them that list before we go on break. And I know that the international office takes them shopping again before we go on break. So I'm not gonna say that we handle it the best. I can't say that we're, have the best program, but those are the things that we do to make sure that we have them well supplied before everything shuts down.
And can the same be said for just local students who, whatever situation, they cannot go home for the holidays? It may be a family situation at home, dangerous, living situation at home, and they cannot go home. Is that same?
The rules are the same in the pantry as we're coming up to break, with some of the restrictions being a little bit looser with the limits. But do we have a good handle on it? No, we do not. I think that's the ultimate answer.
Okay, thank you.
Do y'all have a better answer?
We don't have international.
Go for it.
On fivehunger.org/resources, we do have a guide. We've done a couple of webinars about supporting students over holiday breaks, and there's a recorded webinar of panelists from different institutions across the nation that do some programming around that, recognizing that sometimes budget constraints, personnel constraints, that is a question that we get all the time that people are trying to solve, and there isn't any blanket help quite yet. I think there's a lot of brains trying to figure it out, though. Yeah.
The person in the back that was asking about getting the kids to come to the pantry, I think ASUMH has got some kind of a scavenger hunt planned for Friday. And having kids have to go to that location to get their scavenger hunt stamped. Number one, it puts it in the door and they can see what it is. Or when you do tours of the campus, if you get somebody to come through and let them see where it's at, where they're going there with a group, or they have reason to go to get some points for something, then they may not be somebody who's going to admit they need help, but now they at least know where the help is when they do need it.
I think
We, during our summer orientation and academic registration, where every freshman has to come through, we have an RSO fair, student organizations, and our pantry is one of those organizations. And we say we are present to sign up volunteers to work in the pantry, but we also advertise our hours and everything that we offer. So it's under the guise of we need volunteers, but of course everyone now knows we have that. So every freshman gets to see that. It's just part of the culture of campus, and we hope that that breaks down some barriers. But of course, we have some students who see you every week volunteering in the pantry and won't speak to you outside of the pantry, right? If you're not in the pantry space, they won't say hello. But then we have other students who will see me across campus and yell, "When are you getting some chicken wings?" Like they don't care. So it just goes from one spectrum to the other.
And I have
It just keeps going.
I'm the chair of the Full Circle Food Pantry at the University of Arkansas Fayetteville, and we have a locker system which is to make our pantry more accessible to people who can't come during our open hours because we're only open 3 days a week. And so we fill those orders every day at the end of the day, and we place them in there, and clients can ask for a combination lock or not, and those are available to them 24/7. So as long as they know where the space is, then they can come whenever. It especially helps for the people who are there all day and they don't necessarily want to come and get their food at the beginning of the day when we're open and carry it around. So they can just come when they're about to leave campus. It makes it a lot easier for them. And we'll reset those like every week. We have 18 lockers total, and that's been enough for our clientele. But they're right outside of our front door.
That's cool.
I don't think it's much of a question, but another, my name is Willie D. Williams Jr. I work at Arkansas Northeastern College as director for outreach, and I also work with the food pantry. But one of our great resources is that the location of our food pantry. We have two of them on our campus, and we make sure our location is in a place where there's not a lot of foot traffic. It's kind of a secure place. That way it have privacy. So a lot of our students, food insecurity students that are challenged with food insecurity, they can go there and feel like they're not, stigmatized, they're not, invading their privacy. And our location of our food pantries on the outer exterior, where they can go in on the outside of the building, come into the back door, and actually goes into our food pantry, and they go back out through the back door without even going in through the hallway. So I think that helps out for us, get those students involved, ready to go to your food pantry without feeling, stigmatized or, baby privacy.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? Awesome, Jessica, we have one over here. Sorry. Back.
Get your step.
Your left.
Hi, my name is Danielle Davis, and I'm a student at Short College. And I was just wondering, how do we get involved in going out into the community and volunteering at those local food pantries?
Oh.
Samantha, you may be able to help out with that one.
Yeah, I can. Definitely just reaching out to them and seeing what their needs are. And, a lot of them are open crazy hours, when you might be working or when we're in class or things like that. But definitely just reaching out if you ever need that resource. I'm happy. We have 500 members all across the state, so I'm happy to give you some options for some pantries if you ever need that.
We have a directory on our website. You can also go to the Arkansas Food Bank website and see all of those pantries that they service as well. Look into your local communities and just make a call. But our website, the food bank website, most of you fall within the Arkansas Food Bank region, so they're going to be a great resource for you. Who's partnered here with their food bank? Oh, not many. Okay, we want to make sure that you connect. Arkansas Food Bank has an information table out here. So at noon, those of you, if you're in the central Arkansas area, if you have a question, we can help you find your food bank region. Go talk to them out there. And any other questions?
I just want to say, sounds like most of y'all are in the Arkansas Food Bank service area, but there's also Harvest Food Bank in Texarkana. There is River Valley Food Bank in Fort Smith, Northwest Arkansas Food Bank in Lowell, in the Northwest region, the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas in Mountain Home, the Food Bank of Northeast Arkansas in Jonesboro. So if you are in any of those territories, Google and find their website, and just like Jessica was just saying about the list of the food pantries, each one of us on our website have a list of all the food pantries that we serve, and the days and hours of operation, and how to contact them, and all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for ways to volunteer in those local community food pantries or hunger relief organizations, search out through the Alliance or through the Feeding America food banks across the state, and you'll find those lists.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you guys for your awesome questions.
I don't want to make you uncomfortable any longer. Thank you. Weren't these guys great? Yeah, a lot of great information. I just want to say, when we sat down with Wendy and talked to Wendy about what she's got going on at UCA, we were just blown away and knew we had to have her here to share with you all the hard work that she's done and all those partnerships. We thought that you might be able to follow their lead. So thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
And I want to especially thank Cassie and Jeff here. And yeah, you go ahead and go. They really forged a unique partnership that should serve as a model for everybody in this room between your food bank and your campus pantry. So I'm really glad you guys are here. I want to toot their horns just a little bit. So Cassie, she is a service leader project intern at the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas and a registered nurse at Baxter Health. Currently, she's pursuing her bachelor's degree in nursing at Arkansas State University. She plans to continue her education at the University of Arkansas Medical School and become a psychiatric nurse practitioner and a public health researcher. She served as a student leadership advisory council member for 2 consecutive years at Swipe Out Hunger. She was accepted into the inaugural Food Systems Leadership Fellows at Winrock International's Wallace Center. She's a Momentum Institute student at the Student Basic Needs Coalition and is a co-facilitator of student engagement at the National Coalition for College Student Essential Needs. She was featured this year as a Universities Fighting World Hunger presenter on trauma-informed nutrition. Yeah, please turn off your phones, folks. In her role as a nurse, Cassie is a member of the Baxter Health Interprofessional Ethics Council, a founding member of the Sustainability Council, and the Rehabilitation Council co-chair. She was elected for the Heroes with Halos Awards, as well as a Baxter Choice Award for her role in excellent patient care. Jeff currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas. He is a member of the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance Board of Directors, as Secretary of Feeding America's Southwest Region, and as a member of the UAMS and Repel Diabetes Advisory Boards. He's a member of the Mountain Home School Wellness Committee. He serves on the City of Mountain Home Entertainment District, the Board of Directors for Fairview Cemetery. He's a member of the United Methodist Church. He began his work at the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas as a child while volunteering with his grandmother. As a young adult, he continued to volunteer at the food bank, and then he moved back to Mountain Home in 2007. He became on the board of directors, and then in 2011, he was hired as a development director and promoted to CEO shortly after. He spent the last 13 years of his life working to create communities without hunger across North Central Arkansas. Thank you both for your forward-thinking, hard-working commitment to addressing food insecurity in Arkansas. Your collaboration should serve as a blueprint for everyone in this room as we move forward working to cultivate similar collaborations in all the food bank regions. So we had these cute little stars made up that say Arkansas College Hunger Summit 2024 Star Collaborator. And we've got one for you, Jeff, and we've got one for you, Cassie, and you can sit this on your desk. And when you're having a bad day, just look at that and have a quick smile. So, is it time for a brain break? Is Sarah here? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, if you have any questions about how to forge that partnership with your food bank, how to do that, Jeff and Cassie are great people to talk to. Okay. No? All right. Okay. Well, we are scheduled to have a quick brain break here. So why don't we just take a few minutes to stand up and stretch, and we'll get back to our next session. Okay. Can you use the bathroom? Go ahead and do that. Let's take about 5 to 10 minutes, guys. University's Rollins School of Public Health. She actively supports pre-diabetic, diabetic, and cardiovascular patients on their journey to better health. We're so thrilled that you can join us here today. So help us recenter and relax and get ready for our next session. I will. Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Can my people in my back hear me? Yes. I had to save my chest. Can y'all hear me in the back? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. How's everybody feeling? Feeling good? Are you learning a lot? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna give one of y'all my phone so y'all can take pictures.
I got it. Yes, I made it. I bet, look, this is your moment. Yes. I love this. You're good. Okay, I was allowed something. It's always in the top. Okay. Okay. Do you want a video or pictures? Good to see you. I just want to see you.
Okay, everyone find your chair. This is chair yoga. So you find I know y'all like, where are the yoga mats? No. We're doing it in the chair. So I try to give people, the way I'm going to teach y'all is something you can do at work, at home. Literally, you can do it in your car. People who do it in their car meeting all the time. I'm a hippie for life. As y'all heard my story, my mom was my first yoga teacher. And then I kept doing it. Well, then I got multiple sclerosis, which is an autoimmune disease, which causes me not to be able to walk all the time. So some days I am not walking, as y'all saw me hugging and walking. Sometimes I need a walker or a cane to walk. And so that way my chair yoga came in and my practice changed. And so I decided to be a nerd even deeper and write a book about it. So that's what we're going to do. So everybody find your chair. Let your legs be separated and your legs are flat. So your feet are flat on the ground. You're going to put your two fists in between your knees. Two fists in between your knees. That's the distance you should have. Good. Sit up tall, shoulders back, like you're getting ready to take a selfie. I see you. Don't pretend. I know you do it. Good. Or some people say ussies. It's whatever. Good. Sit up nice and tall. Everyone take a big breath in through your nose. Big breath out of your mouth. Big breath in your nose. Big breath out. Good. Now, take your right hand, place it on your heart. Take your left hand, place it on your belly. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Slowly and gently, take an inhale through your nose. Hold 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale out. Now I really want y'all to exhale the second time because it sounds like an ocean wave, and we're getting into that cold season, and I would like to hear an ocean wave. So when you sigh out and exhale, really let it out. So everybody take that big breath in, feeling your heartbeat, feeling your breath. Really fill up that rib cage, let your rib cage spread. Hold, hold, hold. Big sigh, let it out. Did you hear that wave? Yes. Good. One more big inhale in. Big breath out. Oh, y'all felt that wave of love. That was beautiful. Open your eyes. Good. Rest your hands just on your lap. Gently and kindly. So this is a disclaimer for everyone. Some people can roll their neck gently. If you have vertigo, I want you to just look up and down. Okay? If you don't know what vertigo is, that means you don't have it, don't think about it, don't worry about it. See, people are like, what's that? See, you start going, someone stay focused, we're right here, you're good. So, gently and kindly roll your neck, or if you have vertigo, look up and down. to roll your shoulders back. Roll that socket back. Nice and easy. I like how the moms in here, look like, you know my heart. I know, girl. I got you. I understand. Keep breathing. Don't hold your breath. Smile. It is just your yoga. You're not so serious. Like, have fun. Good. Take the rolls forward. Awesome. There's like, ooh, that feels weird. Yeah, you're soft. It's a socket. It's okay. It goes forward. Yes. Relax it here. Good. Shake those hands out. Relax it down. Okay, I'm gonna do the fun part because everybody likes to pop their back, and you're always like, how do you pop your back in a chair? So everybody inhale, lift your arms up. Both hands go up. Okay. This is where we find out when we know our left from our right. I know you do. College kids, please. Hope you're a future. Come on. Please. Okay. Everybody inhale, lift up strong. Strong, strong. Exhale, turn your upper body to the right. To the right. You're mirroring me. Yes, go college. Look at college kid like, look at your friend. If you need that help, it's okay. There's no judgment. This is a safe space. This is a safe space. Take your right hand. That's right here. Bring it down and touch the back of your chair. Good. Let your elbow face down though. Not up, but down. Take that left hand, place it on top of your right thigh. Ooh, what? Twist a little bit more. Oh, ooh, I hear some pops. Okay, fireworks. I heard some fireworks. That's a good thing. Breathe. Breathe. Look, some of the college, they're going to be like fancy. Like, I can twist even deeper. Great, you're young. We love it. Good. Good. Everyone lift both hands up, but still stay twisted. See, it's like Simon says. Here we go. Sarah said, come to the center. Yay! Good job. Look at you. Okay, big breath in. Twist to the left. Good. Take that left hand, bringing it down, elbows down, touching the back of your chair. So the top of your chair, when I say the back, the chair is behind you. So taking your hand right here. Good. Elbows down. Take that right hand, place it on top of that left thigh. Good. Twist. Do it. It's good for you. It's good for your digestive system. It's real good. Breathe. They're like, I do this all the time. You were doing yoga the whole time in class. When you're twisting in class, you didn't even know. See? I tell people all the time, you practice yoga and you just don't even realize it. Good. Lift those arms up. Come back to center. Good. Drop those hands down. Everybody, big breath in. Big breath out. How do you feel? Okay, one more thing, so I have to get y'all energized. I can't take it. Okay, everybody just open your legs just a little bit. Team it. Place your hands on your knees. Stop the jokes. I heard it in the back. I already heard it. Stop it. We are being mature. Okay, sit up nice and tall. Good. Circle around. Good. I heard those caution. This is not a Beyonce concert. No. I love seeing my students at concerts. They're like, look at me. And I'm like, that's not what it was for. It's for younger class. No. Good, breathe. Okay, take the circle opposite the way you went. Oh my gosh, y'all are so good. I'm being nice today. Yeah, look, they're like, my back feels good. They're like, yes. Good. Come back to center. Bring those legs back in. So I'm going to end this section with y'all with this last thing. So this is a practice I did to strengthen my legs and also can tell if I was wobbly. So I want everybody to ball their fists. Stretch it out. Good. Scoot a little bit out of your chair. Little. Okay. Everybody, big breath in. Stand up. Ooh, look. Ooh. See, y'all didn't know standing up was that challenging. It is. Okay, look behind you. Make sure you're kind of close to your chair. Okay? Keep those hands out. Big breath in. Exhale, sit down. Ooh. Inhale up. Exhale down. Relax. See, mobility is not as easy as people think it is. So, whenever you're having just feeling dizzy, this is also another way. When you're feeling dizzy, put those hands out, take a breath, sit down for a moment, and then try to sit up and see how you feel. It's kind of getting your body back to rebalancing itself. So it's a fun thing I like to teach people to do. So, everyone, to end it in a nice, calm way. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Right hand over your heart. Left hand over your right. Close your eyes. Taking this moment, feel your breath, feel your heartbeat. Know that you're alive and present. And every morning when you wake up, you have a purpose. The smallest purpose can be the biggest purpose for someone else. So don't take that for granted. Every breath, every heartbeat is a purpose. Take a breath in. Hold on to your purpose. Take a breath out. Share your purpose. Thank you for having me today. Hey, I'm ready to jump in there.
Yes, thank you so much. I took 100 pictures, so I got angles, whatever you need.
Thanks again, Sarah, for sharing your purpose with us.
Oh, I did a session and then
I want to introduce Lauren Cowles with Get Loud Arkansas. Come on, Lauren. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Lauren Coles, and here to talk with you a little bit about civic engagement in Get Loud Arkansas. First, let me say a huge thank you to the Hunger Relief Alliance for putting this wonderful summit on. It's amazing to see so many students and so many colleges represented. And I also want to say thank you to all of the students that are here. Your efforts to bring together policymakers and nonprofit organizations and other stakeholders is really to be commended. I was a student longer ago than I would care to admit, but I do know that you cannot study. You cannot be the best version of yourself when you're missing meals and when you're not feeling your best. And we know that first-generation students, students who work, and students from minority communities are more likely to be affected by food insecurity. And then we also know what a college degree means to someone's and their family's life and their income. And you know, students that struggle with food insecurity while attending class and working and juggling other responsibilities are more likely to not finish college. But this is a problem that is fixable, and that's where Get Loud Arkansas comes in to help. Get Loud Arkansas is a nonprofit organization focused on registering voters, engaging first-time voters and low turnout voters, and ultimately mobilizing everybody to the polls to use the power of your voice and your vote to shape the future of your state.
While we work in communities all across the state, some of our most important work happens on college campuses, registering students, helping students, update their address on their registration form. That's a big one on college campuses. As y'all know, I'm sure, Arkansas has a very high voter apathy rate. We have the lowest voter turnout rate in the entire country. In 2022, we were ranked 51 in the country. About 62% of our eligible voting population is registered to vote, and then only about half of that 62% shows up on a regular basis to cast a vote. So what that means is that a very small percentage of our Kansans is deciding who represents you. And to address issues like college hunger, to move the needle on things like that, we have got to look at who we have in office. We need leaders who prioritize solving these types of problems. And there's no better messenger than you when it comes to solving problems on college campuses. If you want to see tax dollars dedicated to reducing hunger on campus, if you want to see policies that focus on eliminating food insecurity, policies that support people as they earn a college degree, who is elected matters. But if you don't engage, you're giving up that power, and I can guarantee you that someone out there is more than happy to take up that space and to take that power. And this concept that your vote doesn't matter is a lie. That is a lie perpetuated by people who benefit from the status quo. In 2022, we had a mayor in Arkansas elected by 3 votes. We had a state representative elected by 10 votes. Your vote matters, your voice matters, and you have just as much of a right to use it as anyone else. In the last couple of years, Get Loud Arkansas has worked on multiple college campuses across the state, encouraging folks to get involved. We have a couple of campus coordinators on our team who specifically focus on registering folks on college campuses and helping student leaders get their peers involved and engaged. And it's too late to register and vote for the November election, but it is not too late to vote. And so that's why we at Get Loud Arkansas are here today. Don't be intimidated to get engaged in this process. You have just as much of a right to vote and to participate as anyone else. Your ideas, your priorities are just as important as anyone else's. Your lived experiences are just as important as the highest ranking elected officials in our state. When young people show up, people listen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Richard Walton. He's one of our organizers, to talk a little bit about what's going on at the table outside.
Thank you, Ron. I have sample ballots at the table. I also have other voter information and as well. But I want to give you a little background story about me. Like I say, my name is Richard. I'm from Crossett, 20 years ago, and I have been doing this work for 3 years. I actually voted for the first time, I want to say about 3 or 4 years ago. And I think this work is important. Like Lauren said, you never know what you're missing until you're into it. My whole life, I've never really been worried about voting, or, I just felt like it wasn't for me. And but once you're in it, and you see how things are going and the way they try to treat people and stuff like that, I think what did it for me is going to the legislative session, and I just felt like people aren't getting respected or getting heard the way they really need to, and it's important for us to start doing what's best for the people, not best for the party. Other than that, I also have a bus tour coming up, November 1st to the 2nd. We will be in the Delta area of the state, and we are partnering with all Divine Nine organizations. If you don't know what that is, that's Kappas, Omegas, Kappa Alpha fraternity, Deltas as well. So if anybody is interested in joining this bus tour, where meals and board will be covered, please get with me. I will be outside at the table. I will pass it back to Lauren.
Thank you, Richard. So please consider, joining the bus tour. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to go to multiple cities, and you'll get sort of a up-close look at the voting process with a group of other folks who are excited to be there and excited to engage. But above all else, take up space. It is your right, it is your responsibility, and if you don't take up the space, someone else will. Thank y'all for having us here today.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize some legislators who dropped in to say hello and to join us today. We've got Denise Ennis. Say around Denise Ennis. Representative Smith is in her district and she visited with him. Yeah. And Representative Sidney McCullough. And Representative Denise Garner. You folks probably over there know her. Yeah. So we want to take a second to watch a really quick video. Okay. All right, well, we had sound earlier, but basically, this is a really cute video. We will share all these links and all of our resources via email. We'll send you all of the PowerPoints and all of our videos. But this is a video about how a bill becomes law. It demonstrates there are some high school students who had an idea for seat belts. They wanted seatbelts in their buses. So they called up their state legislator and they said, we have an idea. And it took 2 years for them to get that legislation written or to work with that legislator to make that happen. And this video just gives you the process. And the process is you get help from your legislators and they write the bill and they help and they take care of that part of it. But they need ideas from people like you, like me, like all of us here. And we want to share with you an idea that we have. And shortly after we hosted the first College Hunger Summit in 2022, we learned about something called a hunger-free campus bill. At that time, only a handful of states were talking about college hunger. So last year, when we were preparing for this summit, we decided to take another look, and we were very surprised. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. We were very surprised to find out that our neighbors in Oklahoma and Louisiana had passed their own versions of a hunger-free campus bill. So we are wondering now, is Arkansas ready for a hunger-free campus? Are you ready? Do you want a hunger-free campus? Here to tell us about how to do that is Sage with Swipe Out Hunger. So Sage, just tell us what we need to do.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. So, full disclosure, I'm on the programs team for Swipe Out Hunger, but we do have an advocacy department, and I talk to them a lot, and I do my best. So, I'm going to share a little bit about the Hunger-Free Campus Bill and the work that our advocacy team does, and the importance of student involvement and getting all fired up about this. So, like I said, I am with Swipe Out Hunger. We work with colleges and universities. We have over 850 campuses in our network. And we are the national nonprofit powering the movement to end college student hunger. So we have the programmatic side, we do that on the ground support, helping those who are doing anti-hunger programs, but we also have a team that is working to pass this hunger-free campus bill in states across the U.S. So what is the hunger-free campus bill and why is it important? So benefits of funding campus hunger programs. So the hunger-free campus bill in multiple states provides major funding to those anti-hunger programs on campuses. I'm talking finally getting that full-time staff member, finally getting that big freezer, and creating designations to where campuses can show like, yes, I am a hunger-free campus, this is what we are doing to solve this problem, which then gives legitimacy to apply for other grants, right? So students, why is this important? It is investing in Arkansans, it is investing in our workforce. bachelor's degree holders are 24% more likely to be employed, 3.5 times less likely to be in poverty, 5 times less likely to end up in prison. And so that's part of what is so important about funding campus hunger programs. I know that a lot of this is old news to y'all, but this is the story that we have to tell to get legislators on board. So some more stats about why this is important. Students are working jobs outside of school, that 1 in 5 undergraduate college students are parents. There are 51.3% of all college students are fully financially independent from their parents, and they need the support from their college campuses, but we all know, everyone in this room knows, that sometimes it is hard to get the funding that is needed. So, what is the Hunger Free Campus Bill? So SWIPE is the original architect. It first passed in California, where we were founded out of. We are a national nonprofit. I'm the only Southerner on board right now, which is fun. There's 13 of us. And it's, so there are a few different ways. These are different state by state, kind of depending on what we can get legislators to agree to, what's important. But a lot of them, in order to become a college hunger-free campus, starting a swipe hunger program, so those meal swipe drives, which we have toolkits, we can help with that. Establishing food pantries, having SNAP enrollment opportunities. We all know that not enough students are signing up for SNAP, even though they're eligible, so the funding can help create these programs so that you can be designated a hunger-free campus. We had another video, which we'll share out, but this is a rally in Pennsylvania that was led by students, and that's why we're talking to y'all today. Students are the reason that this bill was passed in Pennsylvania. They were the reason this was passed in Michigan. Michigan just passed a $500,000 pilot program. 4 different campuses are getting $125,000 to fund their campus hunger programs. Then hopefully that will grow so that more campuses can get that help. But it was like led by students. Students were knocking down the door. Students were approaching us, asking for help and what they can do. And so we'll send this out. It's a really powerful video. It was a rally with students sharing their stories, talking to legislators about why this is important, and it did pass later. Ready for me? I think so. Oh,
Okay.
There we go.
So we recognize that the pantry administrators and the staff, that you guys are gonna be the ones doing the work when and if you ever seek a hunger-free designation. So we wanna let you know that the Alliance is here to talk you through the steps, and SWIPE is here to help you actually get to that certification. But we're here today to take your temperature, so to speak, because this is a student-led initiative, and if you're not really ready and willing to do that advocacy work and to do the work on your campus, because you're going to need to organize, you're going to need to work with your administrators, you're going to need to work with other students to create structure in your pantry. All of these things work to help you gain access to more resources. This type of organization provides you like kind of legitimacy on paper to say that you were designated by the state as a hunger-free campus. Now we need your help when it gets down to actually doing the work. So we got this QR code, and we don't want to help you. We don't want to provide something that you're not ready for. So if you're ready, so like if you want to see a hunger-free campus on your campus, sign up. We've got to really just give us your name and email address. And you know, if there's enough of you that's willing to talk about it, let's talk about it. If there's enough of you that's interested in doing the work and learning how a bill becomes a law and learning how that you can actually, you know, make change in your own communities, sign up. Even if you have questions about it, we'll hold some meetings. We can answer those questions. If you've got questions right now, I think we probably have time to take a few.
And I will do my best.
What time is it? Oh, okay, we got about 5 minutes before we break for lunch.
Sorry, I was going to say.
Oh, yeah.
When you sign up for this QR code, that'll give me and Jessica your emails so that we know that you're interested. She'll send this out with all of the follow-up emails as well. Share with your friends if, like, you may work, but like your best friends are like really into it, sign up and then you'll get the emails. This is not a commitment to anything. This is just making sure that we know who's interested in receiving more information and having some virtual calls and getting that support that you need to show up at the doors of your legislators sharing your story.
And student government, if you have friends that are student leaders, see if this is an issue they're passionate about. This is a really great way to learn what it's like to, you know, be a decision maker and to have that influence. It takes a lot of work, but it takes an idea. And that's what we're presenting you here today. So we're about ready to break for lunch. Say, do you have anything to ask or add?
I don't think so. Y'all can always email me. It's Sage at Spike Hunger. She'll send everything else out. And I can connect you with our wonderful advocacy team. They've done so much cool work mobilizing students, but we need students to mobilize. So I hope that lots of folks in this room are interested. It's not a huge lift unless you want it to be, but we need those student voices if we want Arkansas to follow suit with our neighbors and also become a hunger-free campus state.
So lunch, we're about getting ready to break for lunch. Let me give you a little rundown about how that's going to go. Let's kind of start, let's do this orderly. Why don't we start here in front?
No, sir, afterwards. For her
Oh,
speech.
I think we'll go to the side and then just come back afterwards, I think. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna do it one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. Are your bellies tight, full, satisfied, ready for this afternoon session? Let's get started. I am Kenya Eddings, and I am the director of your Arkansas Minority Health Commission. And we want to thank you all for joining us for this afternoon session. We are proud sponsors of today's summit. We helped to sponsor last year and got such a good feeling from it that we decided to do it again this year. And we are so happy to be involved in this space because thank you, sir. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Yeah, we've all been there, and so we know how it is. And it is our job to help to stand in the gap, to help to fill that gap. And so next, we're going to be talking all about grants. But first, we're going to hear from Ms. Kinley, who is the communications coordinator for the Blue and You Foundation. Ms. Kennedy, come on up.
Hi, everyone. As she said, I'm Kennedy, and I'm from the Blue and You Foundation for a Healthier Arkansas. And I just love having opportunities like this to share about the foundation and our grants. In its 23 years of existence, the foundation has given over $64 million to over 3,000 health improvement projects across the state, reaching every county in Arkansas. And that doesn't even include this year's numbers. We award mini grants of $1,000 to $2,000 each year, and these go to schools, churches, nonprofits, and civic organizations. These mini grants purchase emergency medical equipment like AEDs, Narcan, Stop the Bleed kits, and child passenger safety seats. We also support schools and universities applying for health initiatives that will positively impact students. But one of our favorite mini grant opportunities is supporting food pantries. By helping purchase healthy foods like fresh produce, proteins, dairy and dairy substitutes, 100% whole grains, and healthy fats such as low sodium nuts and nut butters. Applicants are eligible to apply for one category, and mini grants open in January and are open all year long. So you can visit the QR code behind me or go to blueandUFoundationArkansas.org for more information or to apply. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kinley. Let's give her just one more round of applause. At this time, I am going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Markeith Thomas. Mr. Markeith was a student at UALR and did some volunteer work in the Trojan Pantry. So to introduce our next segment, I'm going to turn it over to him. Mr. Markeith.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Next, our morning speaker, as you may know, Ms. Leilani, is going to talk with us. Leilani graduated from Northside High School in Fort Smith and earned a bachelor's degree in business administration from Lyons College in 2018. One of her jobs after college was with the Northwest Arkansas Food Bank, where she helped with funding grants. And part of their work included time with the Fayetteville-based M. Palmer consulting firm that primarily works with nonprofits to write grants and find new funding sources. Welcome, Leilani.
Hi, everyone. Again, I'm excited to be chatting with you all this afternoon about all things grants. I want to just give a little bit of an orientation to the style of the presentation. So when I started working on this presentation, I wanted it to be the presentation that I wished someone would have given me. Someone would have given me when I was first learning about grant writing. I would like you to use this as a resource because you will be receiving this slideshow from Jessica later on. And basically, when you go to write your grant, I want you to pull this out because it will make way more sense and have a lot of impact on the work that you will be trying to do. So I was introduced to grant writing about 5 years ago, and it really just like piqued my interest, and it became my passion very shortly thereafter. So I'm really into making this more equitable and accessible to young professionals and college students. Is my mic working? It went off? Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see. Did that help? No. I'll just really project and try my best. So I really want to make grant writing accessible to college students and young professionals, and that is the intent behind the presentation today. So for our agenda, I'm just going to go over some like very basic information. Then I want to walk us through the steps in the grant cycle. Then I'll go through what it means to find a good fit funder, and I'll also take us through the elements of a grants proposal. Okay, now I don't have to yell. So first, what is a grant? This is the technical definition of a grant, which I'm not going to read or expect us to like spend a lot of time here, because I want us to think of grants as an opportunity, and grants are an opportunity to fund innovation at your organization, or fund an expansion of your programming, or just help you build capacity in general. And I think when we think about grants that way, it makes it a lot less intimidating and more exciting. So these are the steps of the grant cycle. First, you want to choose the project that you want to be funded. Then you want to find who is the right person to fund that project. Then you'll want to get your guidelines, so your application, and then it's time to write the proposal. So notice that the first step of the grant cycle isn't finding your funder and then building a project around a funding opportunity. Your first step is choosing that project. You want to know, what are you there to accomplish through this program? What community need are you addressing with your program? What do you want this, when do you want this program to take place? Are you looking for a 1-year or 5-year grant opportunity? And then how much is the true cost of your program? And that is the true cost. So everything from staffing to paper clips that we're using. That's how specific we want to get with our budgeting. And we'll get into that a little bit later. Next, you want to find who is going to fund this program. So there are various different types of funders out there. You have private foundations like corporations. So Northwest Arkansas has the Walmart Foundation. Then you have government agencies like the Department of Education. Then you also have your community foundations like Arkansas Community Foundation. And then you have your family foundations like the Walton Family Foundation. And all of them have different ways of funding and different requirements for reporting as well as their applications. So a note on government agencies. I'm sorry if there's any like one representing a government agency here, but this is not the place to start in grant writing. It's not typically for startups or young organizations, and that's because you have to be able to manage really intense records, policies, and statistics. When I was the development director at a nonprofit immigration law firm, the 13th of the month was the worst day of my life every single month, because I had to track down timesheets, stats for programs, call logs, just all of this reporting. And my organization just did not have the infrastructure to support a government grant. And you also put yourself in danger of getting audited and having to return the money. So I just wouldn't start here. So when you're looking for a funder and you want to ask yourself, do their interests align with your mission of your program? A lot of funders have various giving focuses. So food insecurity is a very big one right now. There's a lot of funding opportunities for food insecurity. Education is another example. So you just want to make sure that the funder is explicitly stating they fund your giving focus. So you could also do a health giving focus in this line of work, and then also early adulthood is another focus that you could write grants for. So next, do they give in your geographic region? So this basically is that funders have limits to where their giving will go. There are some funders that are just national funders. There are other funders that are state funders only. But then you also have some funders that get as specific as, is there a distribution center 30 miles away from your location of your project? So it can range from state to very specific, and you don't want to have started writing a grant and then find out you don't have like a Big Lots 30 miles away from you, so now all of your work is useless. So not only are you asking yourself, are you a good fit for them? You want to ask yourself, are they a good fit for you? So do they give to the type of project you're wanting to fund? If you're wanting to build something that's typically like a capital campaign or something like that, a lot of funders do not fund capital campaigns. A lot of funders also won't fund general operating expenses, but many funders will fund your program costs, and you can build in those operating expenses into that program budget. Next is, do they give gifts the size that you need? This is important because we worked on our budget before finding this funder, remember, so we know exactly how much it costs to run this project. And there are minimums and maximum funding awards by funding agencies. So some funders will say their minimum is a $20,000 gift and their maximum is $100,000. But if your program only costs $10,000 to run, unless you are already planning an expansion of your programming that you have the infrastructure to support, this is not an opportunity for you to inflate your budget to meet the funder's criteria. They will see right through that typically, and then you'll get yourself in a situation where you have more money than you can manage, which I know sounds like not a real problem, but it is sometimes. So how do you even go about finding these funders? One resource is Foundation Directory Online. If you don't write anything else down today for me, I would write Foundation Directory Online down, because most universities allow you to have free access to this site, and you can create a free account and search Arkansas grant makers through this website. It's like a search engine for funders. So you search based off of your giving focus that we talked about. You can see anyone who's made a gift to an organization that works in food insecurity in the last 10 years. It's just a treasure trove of information. So that's Foundation Directory Online. Next, I recommend, once you've found a list of funders or potential funders, going to their website, reviewing those giving priorities and their open opportunities. And another thing that I recommend is signing up for funder newsletters, because even if there isn't an opportunity right now, they could announce one in the future, and you just want to be the first to know so that you're not missing deadlines or anything like that. And then finally, this is like a trick of the trade kind of, but you want to review 3 years of the most recent 990 tax returns of a funder's giving history, basically. So you can get that from Foundation Directory Online. These 990s tell you so much information. They'll give you contact information. They'll give you any restrictions that they have for the grant. You can also find any past giving that they've done in the year, how much did they give and to who, and for what types of projects. So I would say finding your good fit funders is one of the most important parts of this. You can't even begin the grant until you've done this. So once you've gotten some contact information, I always recommend trying to build a relationship on behalf of your organization with a program officer. So I would pick up the phone and make a phone call if you can, but if you're a little nervous on the phone, you can send an email. That's totally fine. One thing to be aware of though is some funders don't allow contact at all. So that's not a suggestion. They just really will not just describe their grant making processes to you over the phone. When you do get in contact with a program officer though, that's the time to request that application, ask them about their guidelines. You can also request a meeting with them, and in that meeting, that's an opportunity to discuss your program ideas. And sometimes they'll say, the way that you have this right now isn't necessarily a fit, but maybe a year from now when we reopen this funding, like it'll be a fit then. It's important to know though that discussing these program ideas with the funders are not an opportunity for the funder to determine what type of programming you're doing, because you are the expert in your community and in your organization. So the biggest thing is it's all about the fit. You will spend more time submitting proposals to a bunch of different funders that maybe aren't the best fit for you and not getting any money, instead of spending more time on the front end so that you can find people that really do fit with your organization and the work that you're trying to do. Okay, so now we have chosen our project, we have found our funders. Now what do we need to do next? And that is get the guidelines. So this is basically the funders' rules for how you can apply to their proposal. This is your most important resource. I also see this called RFP, request for proposal, RFA, request for application, just guidance. If it's the federal government, it's NOFO, notice of funding opportunity. And I'm sharing that with you because I used to get really confused. I was like, is this a grant opportunity still? So just knowing all the different ways that this can be called is important. And I would say the number one reason behind just not being a fit for the funder, the number one reason behind grants not being funded is because someone didn't follow the guidelines that are given to them by the funder. And again, these aren't suggestions. I've seen some be as specific as 11-point font in tables, 12-point font outside, 1-inch margins. And then I've also seen like, describe your organization and your project. Like it really varies based on the funder. Okay, it's time to write the grant. And this is not time to be afraid. This is time to be excited to get funding for your program. So I wanted to go through the elements of a proposal for the rest of this session. I have seen many varieties of how these can be formatted. It can be any combination of these elements. So this really varies by funder, but I wanted to give you all a list that you could go back and look at and have references for any part that I can't think of another part of the proposal that anyone could ask you for that isn't on this list that we're going over today. But if that happens, I will give you my contact information and we can talk about it because I would love to see it, honestly. First up is your executive summary. So this is your first chance to hook your reader in and get them interested in your proposal. This should be brief. It should state the purpose of your request and how does your program align with the funder's priorities, that giving focus that we talked about, and how does your program align with your mission? So we talked about this morning the importance of having a clear mission alignment. This is where you would be describing that. You also want to put your specific ask here. So you would say, my organization is requesting $10,000 from the XYZ Foundation for blank. That would be like a sentence that would go in this section. After your executive summary is typically the organization profile. So I wanted to provide you all with a list of all the different things this could be called, because when I first started grant writing, I would get really tripped up on like all the different ways that an organizational profile or an executive summary or an evaluation could be called. So this is a resource for you to go back and cross-reference, like I said, if you're not sure what something is. So some tips for your organizational profile are you want to provide highlights of your organization. And this section requires you to describe your organization in detail and orient the reader to who they're going to be working with if they fund this grant. And this is also your opportunity to begin establishing credibility for yourself. So in describing your organization, you always want to start with your mission and vision. If you have the space, because a lot of grant proposals have character counts, word counts, page counts, stuff like that, you want to describe what is driving the organization. And this part should be precise and brief as well. In this section, they often will ask specifically for the organization's history. So you want to say things like, when was your organization founded and why was it founded? Like, what was happening in the community at the time that called for this organization to be started? And then now is time to kind of start introducing your program a little bit. So elements that are relevant to your program, like when was your program created or when was it expanded, would go in here. I'm also starting to see more questions about board members or governance structures. So you just want to describe this in general terms and say things like the number of your board members, their affiliations, and where do they work and what industries do they represent. I'm also starting to see more and more questions about demographics of board members. So just having this information handy before you start writing is something good. Next in this section, you want to orient the reader to how big of an organization you are. So you want to say, how many employees do you have? Is it 10 or is it 100? How many locations? Do you have 1 location? Do you have 7 satellite locations? And you also want to talk about your annual budget size, because they want to know what size gift you're asking for in relation to your annual operating budget. You also want to paint a picture for the funder and describe the area where you work. So is this an urban or rural population? You can give some general population statistics here. I like to use a sentence if I'm writing about Northwest Arkansas, like nestled in the foothills of the Ozarks, the Northwest Arkansas Food Bank, blah, 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 blah. So you just want to be really descriptive here. In this section, you also want to describe who is benefiting from the programs that you are providing. And these are just some examples of things that you could describe here. So this is a long section. The organization profile is a lot of times also asked to be provided as an attachment because of how long it is. But sometimes it'll be in an online portal too. But at this point, you want to start describing your programs a little bit more. So summarize the major activities that your organization does and then quantify that. So how many people are you working with? How many pounds of food are you distributing? You also want to highlight any program partners that you have here, because more and more funders are looking for collaboration between nonprofits in the community. So now you've described your organization. Now you want to establish the credibility of it. This is where you're going to put in your wow factor. So any accomplishments that you have, any quotes from public figures that are just kind of underscoring the work that you do would be really helpful here. Any testimonials you have, like we discussed this morning, could go in this section. If you've ever had an outside evaluation done, you can do excerpts from that in this section. And then you can describe your staff expertise a little bit. So a general description of your leadership team and their years of service and any advanced degrees or certifications they have would go in this section as well. Okay, that's the end of the organizational profile. So this is my favorite section of a proposal, and that is the statement of need. I see it most typically called a problem statement or a needs assessment, and I like this section a lot because this is when you're making your persuasive argument. So some tips when writing this section. You need to be describing the need of the community for your program and not your agency's need for funding. So the funder is aware of what your budget looks like because you'll be attaching that and any like financial needs that you may have, but why does the community need for this project to be funded? That's what goes in this section. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? What is the impact of this problem? And definitely include data. And I have a lot of times where I say like include data in this section because this is where you need to nerd out and use your census data, any research that you've done, any campus surveys that have been done, all of that information goes in this section. You also want to say what's motivating you to have this program. So who or what is being affected by the problem you're describing, how are they affected, and why is it important? And on that same level, why now? What happens in the community if action isn't taken now? So why is this matter urgent? You also want to focus on the beneficiaries again that you described earlier. And this is like pretty high level at this point, but we'll get into more details about beneficiaries later. Again, do not describe your budget crisis in this section, and you really want to document that problem in your community in any way that you can. So you want to provide context as well in this section. A way to do that would be like saying Arkansas's ranking in food insecurity nationally, and then bringing it into the more micro level of your community. So just talking about the problem's broad reach in your area and how it's affecting you. And then provide evidence that this problem exists in your community and that it's significant, again, through testimonials or data. You also want to involve people who are affected by this program or by this problem. A proposal that includes those voices and views of those that are affected is more likely to be funded because it shows that not only are you having these conversations in your communities, that you're giving your participants a chance to talk about their experience with your programming as well. So you want to also match the organization's capacity. Food insecurity is a giant problem, but we need to be explaining why what we're proposing will make an impact. And then again, data, data, data. So any stats, studies, graphs, if you have a free template instead of an online portal where you can just upload attachments to, you could put in graphs there and then incorporating the voices of the people that we're working with. Okay. Now we get to describe what our program actually is. We've described the problem that we're trying to address, and this is the solution to the problem. I see this most often called methods or program activities or strategies. And these are the elements of a program that we'll go through. First, you want to give a brief overview of your program details. So it's basically so they don't get lost in all the details that you'll be providing later on. And then why did you choose this approach? How do you know that this is going to work? So we've introduced the reader to beneficiaries already in this proposal at this point, but now is when you really get detailed. So previously, we touched on high-level demographics, and now we'll get more specific. You also want to talk about any collateral beneficiaries. So when I worked at the nonprofit immigration law firm, one of the things we did was improve access to healthcare for children who are immigrants. And the collateral beneficiaries to that program were their families because they were getting healthcare cost savings. So just think of anyone else who might be benefiting from this program that isn't directly the person coming into the food pantry and receiving food. So you want to list every single major component of your program. And there isn't really such thing as like too detailed unless you have a really insane character count that you have to start cutting stuff out of, but this should act as like a manual for your program. We introduced our partners in the organizational profile a little bit, but now is the time to really describe what does their partnership mean to this program and what role will they be playing. Again, funders are really looking for that collaboration amongst organizations and even amongst your food pantry and other departments in your college. You'll also want to describe the staff of who's going to implement this program. So who is going to do the work? You want to describe their role, their responsibilities, and their qualifications. We previously did that in the organizational profile, but now this is who's actually going to be implementing this program. Also, I know a lot of you are using volunteers, so you would get into how are you recruiting volunteers, what do you require of them, how do you select your volunteers, and what training do they receive to make them qualified for this program. You also want to get into any facilities, equipment, or supplies you'll be using. And the important part when describing your staffing and any supplies or equipment is that this needs to match what you're asking for in your budget or your total program budget. Every line item needs to have a corresponding activity basically so that you can prove to the funder why you need what you're asking for. So another thing that needs to happen is when you're describing new equipment that's needed, like laptops, you should describe what are you currently doing now that isn't as efficient that new laptops provided by this grant will help you do. And then now we have our timeline. So formats really vary. Some funders will tell you exactly what they want in your timeline. Other funders won't even ask for it, but I like to provide a general timeline here and just estimating the time needed to complete each activity. And that can go when you're first describing your program activities. You can just say, we anticipate this will take 1 year, or if it's an ongoing activity, you'll say, this is an ongoing activity, but we plan on reevaluating the efficiency or the success of this once a year or something like that. Okay, this is my least favorite section of grant proposals, but it's one of the most important, and this is evaluation. So I often see this called outcomes or your evaluation plan. So this is what are the results of your project? What can you realistically measure and account for? And how might the lives of those you're working with change over the long run? And the connection between the problem that you described that you're trying to solve and the outcomes needs to be a direct connection. So some tips here are not to use words like, and by the end of the year, we hope this will happen, or we believe this will happen. You want to be very confident and say XYZ will happen with these funds. And then if you realize after you've received the money that there are some discrepancies in that, that's never the goal, but you'll have an opportunity to talk to your program officer and tell them what's going on or what may have gone wrong. And then I included this slide here because when you go to write your outcomes for the first time, you'll want to have an answer to all of these questions. So just refer back to that later when you're actually in the writing phase. Okay, so caution is outcomes are not your methods. And when designing your outcomes, you want to be using words like to increase, to reduce, to decrease. And if you're describing methods, which we aren't doing in this section, you would be using words like to provide, to offer, to create. And then I just provide an example here, and you can use this as a template to create your own outcomes. So I'll give y'all a second to read that or take pictures of it or anything, but you will be receiving this presentation afterwards as well. And then this is an example of how not to write those. So you see that this is using method language again. Okay, and then goals versus outcomes, those are also different things. So this is an example of your goal, which could be stated at the beginning of your evaluation section. But this is an example of an outcome would be successful. And that's the end of the evaluation section. Next is our budget and our budget narrative. I could give like a year-long class on budget and budget narratives, but what I really wanted y'all to gather from today is that this is how you'll be spending the grant money, and that this needs to be very, very detailed and specific. So your budget shouldn't just say like staffing $29,640. It should say part-time physician's assistant and then how you calculated that in your budget narrative. So we calculated $29,640 for a part-time physician's assistant through their 20-hour-a-week work week by 52 weeks a year at their $28.50 an hour pay rate. Also, any supplies or anything that you described earlier in the program activities needs to be accounted for in this budget. So you wouldn't just say supplies, $3,000. You would have glucose meters, how many you need, and what the cost of those are. And then now this is a section that trips a lot of people up because they're asking you basically like, how will you continue to fund this project in the long run? And it puts you in a weird position to be saying like, I do need your funding, but also we'll be fine without it because of all of these other things that we're doing. So some tips to craft this section is you want to be really specific and you want to cite your track record with similar projects. So what have you done in the past that's similar, that has been successful, that you've had funding for? And then you also want to describe any support you already have committed. Did you receive another grant for $10,000 that you could cite here? And you don't have to say like who gave you the money or anything like that unless they specifically ask for your funding sources. This is not a time to describe any pending grants that you have that you're waiting on to hear back unless they ask you for pending funding sources. And then now is just your conclusion. You've done all the hard stuff already. It's time to wrap it up and thank the funder for the opportunity. And I like to always say something like, we invite you alongside us on this journey to blah, blah, blah. Like, this is a time where you can get like a little bit saucy and a little more fluffy here. But we're not done yet because there's always attachments. So I just wanted to leave you with this list of attachments because if you locate these now and just keep them in a folder, it'll be a lot easier when the funder is requiring these things for an application. You don't have to go find them every single time. And I do think we have time for Q&A if y'all have any questions, but the biggest thing is I really do want y'all to reach out to me when you're going to write these proposals. I review people's proposals all the time. I'd be happy to do that for you. I do free 30-minute consultations, so please reach out to me if you ever want to chat about grant writing or anything else. So are there any questions? Oh, sure.
How do you indicate that your board is diverse
Mhm.
without saying who is actually on your board?
Yeah, I think you could talk about the demographic makeup and then just say, without saying exactly where they work, you could just say the industries represented as well. If it's diverse in age, you could say we have an age range from X to Z. Like, I would just keep it high level and general, but talk about what is diverse about them without naming them. Are there any other questions?
Other questions? Got a couple in the back.
So let's say you were Hello? So let's say that this is your first time grant writing for something that you are doing by yourself, like auditing in. There's a business idea that I have, but I know I'm not going to be able to fund it on my own, and I've started doing the research already for buildings, for grants, for supplies. Like, I have a rough estimate of how much it's going to cost. I just know that I don't got that much money. So if you don't have like previous engagements of business, how would you like prove like I'm financially responsible? I just need the assistance to get there to help the people that I need.
Yeah, I think honestly that would start at the relationship building stage with whoever you would want to be soliciting. If this is a brand new idea, I wouldn't start with getting a grant first. I would start with getting donations from small businesses or people in your community that you think would rally behind this idea, and start by managing those and proving that you can handle that, and then that could lead you into grants in the future. But when you're like going to talk to these businesses or community leaders, you can start practicing your grant writing by just like having a proposal for them with what we outlined that just answers all of their questions and stuff like that. So yeah, no problem. Good luck on your endeavor.
I have a few, but I just go with them. What metrics are typically used to measure the success of grant-funded projects? What type of measurements would you go from?
What kind of measurements would I use? Are we talking specifically for food insecurity?
Yes.
Okay, so the obvious outcomes that everyone uses that I think are really important would be pounds of food distributed and also number of people that you're working with. But I think to take that a step further would be to throw in some outputs with that. So how can you measure someone's increased access to healthy and nutritious foods on their college campuses? You could survey them, and that could be something like a survey from when they walk in, asking them, what is your access to food right now? And then following up with them when they come back, what is your access now? So any way that you can do a pre and post survey, you could be measuring their increase in access to food.
Are there any more questions?
How do grants systemically foster innovation?
Sorry, one more time.
How does it foster innovation?
Oh yeah, because grants, so they don't only fund projects that are proven to be successful. A lot of grant opportunities are for new projects. So I think when you have the comfortability of knowing you can try something new and get this funding, you're more likely to try that new innovative approach.
The last one I have, how do grant applications typically demonstrate the potential impact of a project?
Oh yeah, how do they, I would say definitely in your program activities section, proving that you are the expert in the program that you're trying to do will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any more questions? I do have a question.
Sure.
What are some of the pros and cons for having an external grant writer write funds for you?
Okay, love this question because I've done both and I'm a grants consultant, so I'm pro external grant writer. But the pros of having an internal grant writer is that You don't have to orient them to your programs as much because they already know the day-to-day and they know the work that's being done. But the pros of having an external grant writer is that frees up your executive director, your development director, because it's typically not just a grant writer on staff. They're typically having to do so many other things. So that frees everyone else up to focus on peer-to-peer fundraising and fundraising from businesses and knowing that this one person, this is all they're worried about for you. So that's what I think. Yeah.
And then I have one last question.
Sure.
So in our day-to-day reports, we gather skills from our careers. And I was wondering, what foundational skills have you learned in your day-to-day as a grant writer?
Okay, I love this question. I have to give a shout out to Lyon College, if y'all are still here, because just learning how to make an argument and organize my ideas, that's all that grant writing is. And that, when you think about it that way, it's like much less intimidating. One thing is I thought I'd never have to do like math again. That's not true. I have to do budgets all the time. So I would definitely get familiar with budgeting if you're grant writing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any more questions? What do you charge?
I have a price list I could email out, so. Yes.
Where do you find matching money?
Oh, yeah, so typically if a matching grant isn't already being offered by the funding source, you can reach out to your corporations. Those are the most common ones that I see. And then also local businesses. People are way more likely to give if they know that their money will be doubled. So it's really all about relationship building. And I think when people think of grant writing, they think it's just like you sitting in your office writing stuff down, which that is true. But you also are still like stewarding donors and having relationships with them so that you can invite them to match your funds as well.
So I got one more question.
Okay.
As a young person that wants to be an entrepreneur, when you're not just grant writing, but building relationships, a lot of big organizations, even some small businesses, don't want to work with younger people because they don't feel like we're disciplined. And I mean, I'm not gonna say that I got it together all the time, but sometimes it's hard to even get in the room with people because they're like, you're a 20-something-year-old young lady, not even graduated college yet. So how do I, one, push past that, you know, that fear that I'm automatically going to be judged because of how old I am and the way that I look, and two, how do I continue to have the confidence and persevere past what people are gonna see to get my ideas out there? Because I wanna do it, it's just the constant pushback immediately is discouraging.
That is such a good question. I think the biggest resource that you have is finding a mentor that looks like you and has done the things that you want to do. They're going to be able to describe those barriers that you're facing and help you navigate that. And they're also going to be able to introduce you to their connections, get you in the door, and be that person that vouches for you. Because I wouldn't have gotten into very many rooms if it wasn't for my mentors that I have that have helped me. And then as far as the confidence thing goes, I think like once you start doing it, a lot of people actually really do want to listen because we're always looking for what's the next thing, what's the new shiny thing. And right now, that's us. So, okay.
Any more questions? All right.
Thank
you
you.
so much, Leilani.
Thank you.
So I do want to put in a plug for Arkansas Minority Health Commission. We currently have our mini grants are available. If you will navigate to our social media pages, we're on Facebook, Twitter, X, and Instagram, Arkansas Minority Health Commission, and we have mini grants up to $5,000 for health-related activities. I know that on college campuses, you guys are always doing things that are health-related. So if your college campus is interested in applying, the mini grant applications will be open until Friday, November 8th at 4:30 p.m. So please check us out and read over the application. If your college is interested in applying, please do so. And so before we're going to take a little break here, but before we do, I'd just like for everyone just to stand up for 2 seconds. Everyone stand, who can. Everyone stand who can. I see some folks stretching. So yeah, this is a good time to do so. And so what I just like for us to do, just a little gratitude here. Turn to your neighbor on your right and just say, neighbor, I'm so glad to see you. So glad to see you. Yes. And once you've done that, turn to the neighbor on your left and say, neighbor, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. Doesn't that feel good? So what we're going to do at this time is take a little break for about 5 to 10 minutes, not too long, 5 to 10 minutes to stretch our legs, visit the vendors who are out in the hallway, potty break if you need to, and let's reconvene in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Cassidy Giles. I'm a graduate student at UA Little Rock with this social work program, and I'm also an intern at the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance. I'm thrilled to introduce our next and last in-depth session of the day, how to conduct a campus food insecurity survey. Having data from your campus can help with client needs assessments, grant applications, and other fundraising and awareness efforts. Right now, I'm conducting a statewide survey about food insecurity on college campuses and can use your help. It's important that college students all over the state are represented. We will use your feedback to explore solutions to address food insecurity among college students in Arkansas. Your feedback matters. Please follow the link or QR codes on the flyers. I think that's the wrong slide.
Sorry.
Okay.
There you go.
They're all over on your tables.
It's right there.
And when you go back to campus, pass it around to as many other students as possible. The more data we have, the more useful it will be. And here to teach us about how to conduct a campus food insecurity survey is Dr. Jennie Popp. She is the Associate Dean of the Honors College and Professor of Agriculture Economics at the University of Arkansas. She co-leads the Honors Arkansas Research Fellows class, which conducted the first multi-institution assessment of food insecurity on Arkansas college campuses. She oversees the Honors College Grants programs, that awards $2 million to students and faculty each year. She continues to conduct economic research that focuses on the interactions between agriculture and the environment. Joining her is Ben Walworth, an MBA student at the University of Arkansas Fayetteville. He recently earned his BSBA in marketing with minors in nonprofit studies and communication. As an undergraduate, Ben served as president of the Volunteer Action Center at the University of Arkansas and was actively involved with the Jane B. Gearhart Full Circle Food Pantry. He also moderated a student panel discussing campus solutions to hunger at the inaugural College Hunger Summit. And we'll take some questions at the end. Dr. Popp.
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Can you see me if I raise my hand? Okay. That's why I'm standing next to Ben, so you know that we're here today. It's a real pleasure for us to be back at the summit. We were here at the first one. We love what the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance and the partners are doing. And we're really fortunate to be able to come back and tell you a little bit about our experience and how you can do what we did. Ben, you want to say a couple opening words?
Yeah, excited to be back. And just this was a great opportunity to really be a start of the College Hunger Summit. So it's been cool to kind of see it continue on year to year, and hope that you guys have had a great day and excited for the takeaways that you will be bringing back to your campus.
All right. So I know you've heard a little bit about Honors Arkansas. We are an alliance of now 14 four-year schools and 7 two-year colleges with honors programs whose goal is to help enhance the scholarly, professional, and social experiences of honors students on our campuses. When we got together first in 2018, one of the things that was really important to us was to show how honors students can give back to the state. And the first course that we put together in this Honors Arkansas Research Fellows course was to focus on food insecurity on college campuses.
Now, we have a lot of really good faculty across all of those colleges, but none of them have boots on the ground like the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance does. So we reached out for help with Kathy and her team, and it was an amazing experience. So we're really grateful to be back and talk a little bit more about this today. What we did that first year is we created a survey that was put on 8 different campuses, and you can see the names of the schools here that decided to create a survey about hunger on the campuses. Now, I'm a social scientist by discipline, so I've done a lot of surveys, but this was a new beast because we had 8 different institutions involved. So we want to show you what it's like to put together a survey for your campus and collaborate with others. And anything and everything that Ben and I talk about today, we are willing to share with all of you. We will send you all of our materials. We will answer questions while you're going through your IRB. We'll review your questions for you. I can help you set up things in certain software. So please reach out to us for anything if we can help through this process. And we're going to do our very best to make sure we don't put you to sleep with this very how-to academic performance, okay? All right, so we're going to go through what I call the 10-step process. It's really 9 steps and a takeaway on how to do a survey on your campus. And Ben and I are going to volley back and forth to tell you a little bit about all of it. And to get us started, Ben is going to talk to us about creating a timeline for your survey.
Yeah, so first thing is to really have a plan whenever you start any sort of project or initiative. So the great way to start the survey is to begin with the timeline. So this may take a little bit longer than you expect because it does take a significant amount of time to make a good survey, and that really measures on what you want it to measure and it's able to be useful in its results. So from start to finish, you can see if you don't have a template or really anything to start off of, it might take around 4 months minimum. And then by the time you include sharing out your results and all the additional information, it can take 8 to 12 months. A big takeaway from this is the usefulness of your survey is really going to depend on the amount of effort that you put into it. So kind of the common phrase, what you put in is what you get out. That definitely applies to when conducting an academic survey. So we're going to go ahead and kind of give an overview of the suggested survey timeline. And we'll walk through each of these steps today throughout our presentation. So this kind of just gives a visual overview. It's important to know that some of these steps may take longer than others, but a benefit of this is you can be doing more than one thing at once. So you're able to kind of pair some of these things together to work on planning the distribution and marketing while you're still waiting on IRB approval, for example, and able to do some of that planning so that way you're able to set yourself up for success and try and minimize those wait times.
All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is building an alliance. If you are doing a survey on your campus, it's great to get others involved. How many of you in this room are students? All right. How many of you get up every day and say, I can't wait to take an online survey? Yeah, exactly, right? So spoiler alert, students don't like to take surveys. So you better put some bones behind what you're doing and get some street cred, as they say, to the process if you want students to engage in your survey. How can you best do that? Build alliances with others who can help you. Show them that this isn't just an academic exercise being done by a faculty member, that we really want the input so that we can work towards solutions and processes that improve the situation on the campus. So another reason you can build an alliance is to help you get funding if you need it. Now, first thing I want to make really clear is that you don't need a budget to do a survey if you have 2 things. First, you need willing, smart students who are willing to work on research projects, like Ben and Cassie Jones, who was part of it at a different campus. All right? If you have the manpower, you don't need additional funding for that. Hopefully, most of your campuses have access to online survey software. And if not, you can get that a little bit on the cheap. Ben's going to talk to you how you can reach out to others to provide some incentives for students to take those surveys, but you can really do it cheaply. But if you need that help, alliances can help with that as well. All right. A pro tip, if you don't know already, the Arkansas Hunger Relief Alliance is an awesome partner for these processes. They helped us and guided us through the entire thing from start to finish, and I encourage you to rely on their expertise as well, and you can reach out to us. All right, the next thing you need to do is a literature review. Again, we're academics in the room, a lot of us, and we have to know what people have done before us. What does the literature say the situation is on college campuses regarding hunger? You want to know what others have found, because that gives you a starting point for the types of questions to ask your students. Another place you can look is to see if there have been other things done on your own campus. We were really fortunate that 5 years before we did our study, a PhD student on the Fayetteville campus looked into food insecurity on our campus and had a beautiful survey. And we looked at that survey. Did we adopt it completely? No, because in 5 years, the types of questions needed, the situation that was happening changed. But it gave us a great place to get started. And then when we finished, you can also look to see what's been done in the region. So all of the schools who participated in our process contributed to our final report, which I'm more than happy to share with all of you. So that gives you an idea from the literature where to begin when you write your questions. But you don't want to stop with the literature. The other thing you need to look at is your stakeholders. Now, who are your stakeholders? There are lots of different people. There are your university administrators. There are other faculty and staff. There's the students, campus organizations, community partner, and even your state and local governments. Each one of them is going to give you ideas for what your questions need to be. Administrators might want to know just how many students are hungry. Your campus organizations, like your pantries, might want to know, what can we do to have more people come in to our campus, or come into our pantry? Students want to know, how are you going to solve the hunger problem? Those are three very different sets of questions, all of which are really important. But one survey may not be able to handle all of that. So you're going to have to prioritize when you do your first survey. Which questions or which issues are most important to you? That's a campus by campus decision. I can't tell you what's going to be most important on your campus. But you might end up having to do a series of short surveys to answer those different set of questions. But you want the impact or the input from your stakeholders, because like Ben was saying earlier, garbage in, garbage out. You need to make sure that you know what the landscape is that you're working in. All right, so the next thing I want to say is before, and this is probably one of the most important points that I can do for your takeaway. As we said, surveys are tough, so you actually want to begin thinking about the end. What do I want to report on? What's really important in this survey? If the goal of my survey is to find out how many people on my campus are hungry, I need to make sure the questions I write can answer that. So how do I want to present the results? Is this something that I want to be able to write a short story about? Do I want to have a table that lists freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, and the number of people that are hungry? Do I want to write some kind or create some kind of graphic about that? I need to know ahead of time what I want to do. Am I just going to list numbers, what we call frequencies? Or do I want to be able to compare to say this group is more likely to be hungry than that group? That requires a statistical test. So I need to know what I really want to convey at the end so I can set up my questions the right way. All right, so that way you can review your questions and say, does this question actually allow me to, in the end, say how many people are hungry on my campus? If it can't, you want to go back and revise that question. All right. So this is the last bit about the question development and refinement. We call it a survey development cycle. So we've already talked about you start with your literature review. Then you engage those stakeholders. Now you write your questions. Are you done? Oh, no, not at all, okay? Because you have to then send that out to people who will not be taking your survey in the end. These are what we call your pre-testers, and their whole goal is to evaluate your questions, make sure they make sense, make sure the questions are asking the things you think they're asking, and they're gonna come back with you for feedback, and you know what? You're gonna have to revise your questions, right, Ben? We read through this process a number of times, so you revise. And then you send it back out to them again. And then you revise again. And this process can go through two times, you could go through 10 times. It's really up to you, depending on how good your project is. And then finally, you'll get to the point where you can distribute. This will eat up time, but it is time really well spent. Because if you spend all that time before creating your survey and the questions don't lead to the types of answers that you need, the survey is no good. So take this seriously and take a lot of time in that survey development cycle. All right, Ben, you got some tips for us?
Yeah, so I'll be sharing out some of the tips that we learned by conducting the survey on our campus and then collaborating across the state as well. So we really kind of briefly mentioned how important it is just to dedicate enough time at the beginning, as well as to test a lot, use different stakeholders, send it to different people throughout the process, so that way it's not the same person looking at it every time when you're trying to get feedback and to revise. And another specific tip would be to try to avoid questions that use the word and as well as the word or. So here's an example. How has your health or coursework suffered due to food insecurity? Yes, no. The challenge with this is if a respondent says yes, you don't know if it's the health that has suffered, you don't know if it's the coursework that has suffered, or both, so you really kind of get an inconclusive answer that you aren't able to do a lot with. So one way to kind of reword this question so that way you're able to measure the specific impacts would be by using a check all that apply feature. So that way a respondent can say my health has suffered or my coursework has suffered or something else. You can have an other option that allows them to provide more of that specific example, or they can say that they do not suffer from food insecurity. So we just kind of provided an example of one of a closed-ended question that's more specific to get a targeted result. And these are really helpful to decrease the amount of time it might take for the survey and to decrease survey fatigue. Another example of a closed-ended question would be, what best describes you? Are you a non-degree seeking student, an undergraduate degree seeking, or graduate degree seeking? And this also will end up helping you with your analysis at the end of using those closed-ended questions, and we'll get into some more details about that later. However, there might be some instances where open-ended questions are going to be helpful to really dive into some more specific examples and provide more of that qualitative data. So an example would be, please explain why you chose not to pursue a degree at this time. So this can provide some specific anecdotes, and kind of going back to some of our sessions this morning talking about the power of storytelling, this can give some specific stories to really connect and share out your results. So my final tip is to truly keep the survey as short as possible. We know that it can be difficult to incentivize students, and we'll talk about some tips on how to kind of increase response rates. But having a survey that does not take a lot of time is one way to do that. And we talked about how stakeholders have lots of different requirements and lots of different wants. So you're going to have to be very strategic and intentional about what you put on your survey, understanding what you have to know versus what you would want to or like to know. I think it's always great to start with one shorter survey at the beginning, and then you can do some follow-ups as needed, and just kind of throughout your process as well.
Okay, this is a phase that some of you may not be aware of, depending on what type of campus you are on. At the University of Arkansas and most 4-year and some 2-year institutions, you have an office on your campus that's called the Institutional Review Board. And it is their responsibility to make sure what you are doing as a researcher causes no harm to your subjects. That, in general, is the purpose of an IRB. And as part of that, all of us that do surveys need to submit our survey in advance to this board for approval. detail about it with you if you're going to try to do this on a campus. But basically, they want to know everything you're doing. What is your research? Why are you doing it? And I'll get to a slide about all of that. But then when you submit your request, they're going to have a questionnaire, which are their questions that go through why are you doing this research and how are you going to do it. They're going to want to see your survey instrument. That's the survey questions that you put together. They want to see the scripts, meaning how are you going to recruit your participants? Are you sending students an email? Are you having them stand out in your union area and stop students walking by and ask them to take the survey? And most important in that is what we call consent language. I have to say, Ben, are you willing to take this survey? Now, if he just takes the clipboard away from me and does the survey, he's implied yes. But since most of the time this is done online, you literally have to have a mechanism where they say, I agree to take your survey. So that shows that there's been no harm placed to the person. You did not coerce them into doing that. You didn't make them do it. They voluntarily said they would do it. And then if you have flyers or other materials that you're going to put up on your campus or send electronically, they want to look at those too to make sure that you're staying within the federal law of how we do this. There's a lot of federal laws wrapped up into this. You don't need to know all the laws. Your IRB people do, and they'll just make sure that you're doing things the right way. All right, so this was the first thing that I was talking about. There's a questionnaire. Now, on the U of A Fayetteville campus, these are the types of questions. They want to know things, like I said, who's doing this? Jennie Popp? Well, Jennie Popp and Ben Walworth and a lot of people. Yes, even the students need to be listed. They want to know everybody who's involved. What's the purpose of your survey? How are you doing it? When are you doing it? How many people? Are these college students or are they vulnerable populations like the young or the old? That makes things important. How are you going to make sure that the results stay confidential? That's hugely important because you could have students really bearing their soul and telling you things about their private lives and the suffering that they're going through by hunger relief. You don't want that to be known, that they can point to that student and say that student said all of those things. All right, so you have to show them how you're going to manage your data so that nobody knows exactly what Ben said in there. All right. They're also going to, as I said, make sure that there's minimal risk, which basically means you have to tell students that they can skip questions. And we'll go through an example. So that's the Fayetteville list. Your IRB people are going to have a different list, perhaps. And so I encourage you to get your hands on that ahead of time so you can start thinking about the answers that you need. All right, so when I talked about a script of when you contact students and getting their consent, I'm going to give you an example one that we've used in Fayetteville. Everything in black is kind of boilerplate language, and the rest of the things in color are what we do to personalize this towards our study. So when you reach out to somebody, clearly you want to introduce yourself and let them know who you're responding. It's important to tell students how long that survey is going to take. And please don't lie. Because if a lot of people, I get surveys all the time that say this will take 5 minutes. And 20 minutes into it, I'm not even halfway done. And that just makes people angry, right? So be honest. Try to keep it short. For a student survey, 15, 20 minutes is max. And that's only even if you have incentives to have them get through the whole thing that Ben will talk about in the end. And make sure they know it's voluntary. That's the federal law part. Okay? We want to make sure that we're not forcing them to do something that they don't want to do. All right? Incentives are huge. We try it on the Fayetteville campus to say, if you complete this survey, you will be placed in, if you like, you will be placed in a drawing for one of these prizes. All right? And we'll get into that in a little bit. And then that no pressure part, you know, if you don't like the survey, you can stop. No harm will come to you. If you have questions, we tell them how to reach out to us. And eventually, we also tell them how to reach out to the university level people. Because if they don't like our questions, they want to know who they can complain to, right? So make sure you share all of that information. And as you see, the very last line is, would you like to participate in our survey? So there you get them to state yes or no. And if you're doing an online survey and they state no, you can set that to go all the way to the end and say thank you for your time. But if they say yes, it will continue with the survey. All right, so a couple of pro tips about dealing with your IRB office. Again, this could take time. On our campus, IRB meets about once a month. So if I get my request in a day after their meeting, I'm going to have to wait at least 30 more days for approval. So make sure you know what your campus timeline is. All right? And as I said, make sure you list all of your collaborators. Everybody counts. Anybody who's considered a researcher in this process. And students are researchers in this process. Because that can get you in trouble later if you don't have everybody's name on there. When we did this survey through Honors Arkansas, University of Arkansas Fayetteville took the lead. We got our approval, but then to do this survey on the other campuses, they needed approval too. But what was really good is the lead institution, our IRB officer, was able to reach out directly to their IRB officers and say, Fayetteville's approved this. We don't see any problem with it. And then it was up to the local campus to either say, okay, we take your word for it, which most of them did, because they all know each other and work well together, and so that the other schools didn't have to go through the same full process. But a campus could say, well, we still want them to go through the whole thing. But this kept all of us in good shape so that when we did our final report, I could list everybody's name and use all those data from the different campuses. All right, so it's really important to get everybody on there together. Oh, and I just did yours, didn't I? All right, teacher talk, just talk and talk and talk. All right, so how do you do a survey? How do you actually get it out to your students? You know, I can remember back in the day, lots of hard copies.